something to say. Take a look what happened.
To intervene in a free and fair election that Joe Biden won. Supervisor.
America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. Picking up the pieces of my life without you on my mind. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Donald J. Trump is now President of the United States. President Obama is the ex-president. And Mr. Trump, for the moment, steps to listen for the inaugural address.
What a great honor to be able to introduce for the first time ever anywhere the 45th President of the United States of America, Donald J.
Tap on the shoulder. You adjust the microphone as you talk, man.
For their gracious aid.
I am so sorry
They have been
to my world. I am so sorry to my world. This is not what we want.
We will face challenges.
There's so much
We will
potential
confront hardships, but we will get the job done.
for beauty and for
Every 4 years
devastation.
we gather
In
on
this
these
one
steps
moment, it's
to
almost
carry out the
incomprehensible that
orderly
they can
and peaceful
exist
transfer of
right now.
power.
So,
And we are grateful
so
to
close.
President Obama.
Wow! Wow! Crazy USA hamburger! Yes! Make hamburger country USA! Wow! Congrats on beating the game from America. Wow! America hamburger, California, Disneyland. Hamburger country? Oh, yay! Nice! Nice hamburger country! Yeah, yummy, 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 yummy. Hamburger and cool country. Hey, America! I love America! Thank you, thank you! Hot
Hello there, chat. How are you feeling on this post-election day? Or rather, is it still the election day? Can you call it post-election? I mean, it's already over, as they say it. And yeah. I hope you've enjoyed what you've seen on social media so far. I have, but to a degree, it's also shocking that so many people are reacting the way they are. But then again, as a frequent visitor to the wonderful country that is the United States, I know you guys, as at least those of you that are from the United States, I know your habits of acting like you're in a stage play. Every single time that I went to the United States, I've experienced people acting as if they were in a movie. You know, daily occurrences with just, walking the streets and seeing people acting crazy. So I'm not that surprised that, they're overly dramatic on social media, especially on X, on which we've been going to be focusing today's stream almost predominantly. As I speak, I have a special guest that's getting ready somewhere in the back rooms of my stream. When he's ready to join us on this special stream, I'll bring it in, and then we can discuss all of this together. But I'm gonna preface some stuff. I'm gonna play. I'm gonna put some music up because we do need a little bit of background music to this. I'm kind of risking a lot today because I'm not sure if this music is gonna be copyright claimed or not, and I don't want all of my stream to be copyright claimed because most of that stuff is easily erasable in post. But we'll see. Let me just get some background music up, and then I can preface what I've seen today, and we can build up very slowly to what has been happening with VTubers and the 2024 election season. So I hope you enjoyed this background track from BT84 called In Time. It's one of my favorites. Wanted to use it as background music for a very long time, but I just kind of didn't have the chance to do so, so whatever. Let's see. Just a moment. I think this should be loud enough. Yeah, I think this is okay. So, chat, how much of the spurgery have you seen on social media thus far? Because I've seen a lot, and I've only browsed it for like several hours, and it's kind of like tripping over rocks, like very large, very hefty rocks as you browse social media. And I'm really surprised how many people are willing to express such volatile, even violent opinions about this year's election. I think it's kind of worse than 2016 as well. And I have to say this, chat. That it doesn't matter to me personally who would win this. Whether it's Kamala Harris or whether it's Donald Trump, none of these people represent my interests because, one, I am not American, if you cannot tell. And two, even if I was American, neither of them have presented a platform. Neither of them have presented issues that I would be, concerned about if I was American. Maybe Trump presented a few more that would affect me down the line on everything. But other than that, none of these candidates represent me as a person and represent my interests in any sort of way. But having said that, at least one of them has charisma. At least one of them knows how to run a political campaign without trying to appeal to Zoomers and the Generation Alpha 1 week before the elections begin by releasing Fortnite skins to people, and by trying, to appeal to the youngest of demographics that probably don't even know how to vote or don't want to vote. They just want to stay at home 24/7, look at TikTok and whatever else. And, that's kind of lost on people. And if you've seen some of the exit polls, some of the opinions that people have been voting on in terms of their concerns regarding both of these political candidates, you would notice that Republicans, predominantly, I think with like 51%, I don't remember according to whom, but the people that tended to vote Republican overwhelmingly were concerned about the economy, about the United States' economical position. Whether they themselves would be able to feed their families, whether they would be able to keep their jobs, that kind of things that regular people are concerned about. Now, people voting Democrat, they were mostly concerned about issues of female rights, especially abortion stuff, and LGBTQ plus whatever rights at the same time. And all of the rest of that economy was like not even on the back burner for a lot of them. So I am not surprised. After COVID hit, 40 years under Biden, all of the lockdowns, all of the vaccination mandates, I'm not surprised that people have been fed up with everything. All right, my preface aside, my guest is ready to come in. So let me get that up. Let me set that up, and then we'll be right back. So hold on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, I think we're good. Yeah? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, great.
And can my chat hear you? That's the main issue here. Let's see.
Well, I can hear myself on your stream that I have now muted.
Okay, let me check with my chat. Okay, people are saying that they can hear you. Is it loud enough? Are our volume levels matching to the point where it doesn't create any sort of problems? Is everything all right on that front, chat? Okay.
Everything seems to be good. Good.
It is, but your Fugi isn't showing up for whatever reason, and I do not know why.
It might be because I just changed my VPN.
Do you want to get it up, or are we just gonna be at least I'm gonna be with Avatar and you're not? I don't know how much you care about that.
I don't care about it hugely, but if you want to, I think that If you just set it to the group thing there, then it'll work.
Group thing.
We just change the your browser source to that, then it should work.
With the same link?
Yeah, should work.
Okay.
And make sure you save yours first, so that you don't accidentally screw yourself up too. Yes, I am Lumi. I am logged in. Don't worry. So I'm a voice in his head. What kind of cursed person would you have to be in order to hear my voice in your head all the time?
I don't know. I wouldn't want a British person in my head. That's for sure. Okay, let's see this group thing that you're talking about. There's my PNG.
It should show both of us together. Like on my thing with reactive, it's showing your group as it's showing both of us together. Like it should be completely automatic if you've got that link moved in.
I do, but it's not working still, so it's weird. It's weird.
That's kind of strange.
Is there any other way to activate this? Because again, I don't care too much about this.
Yeah, I don't care an enormous amount either. I mean, maybe I'll care when I eventually manage to get a proper PNG, so I don't hugely mind at the moment.
Alright, so without further ado...
Are you in a prank?
Without further ado, and not to waste time, let's hear your opinion on this year's election. How do you stand on American politics, Proctor?
I can't wait for the concentration camps to open up.
Is that your only concern?
You have no idea how many pairs of jackboots I have just waiting to go. Not just for me, but for all my friends. We're gonna enroll in the right wing, squads as soon as the recruitment sites start popping up.
Well, at least according to Twitter, those groups are already out and about, just hunting minorities and.
Oh, I'm certain. Right. I'm certain they are.
Jeez, how much have you actually seen out of the spurgery that is Twitter over the last few hours?
I have seen a considerable amount. I did see that for the 473rd time this week, Crimbo has decided to quit Twitter and is forever and eternally going to Blue Sky. I'm sure that he will have a long and successful career there.
Oh, that's a lot of VTubers right now. We're gonna go through a lot of them that are leaving forever and ever, only to come back 2 hours later and say the same shit over and over again.
Isn't this the... When did Glorious Musk, first of his name, enable it so you could see people's profiles if they've blocked you and stuff? Like, was that literally within the last 48 hours or so?
Yes, it is. It's a new change.
He was I swear, he was planning that. He was planning it for tonight.
Yeah, that's not a coincidence. He wanted...
I'm sure it's not a coincidence.
He wanted all the people to see any other people getting mad. And chat, you have to understand that if you weren't here for the 2020 election as well, where Trump lost for the first time, yes, I know how that sounds. The right wing was making arguments such as the election was stolen, recount the ballots, all of that good stuff. Can you guess what the left wing is doing right now? I give you a few guesses. It's exactly the fucking same. They're telling to recount the votes. They're telling about lost ballots. They're missing a few million votes here and there that were present during the last time.
Yeah, that's another thing. That's another thing that people have kind of forgotten. They've memory hold the fact that the very first person to start this whole do the recount thing was Hillary Clinton in 2016, after it became clear that Trump was winning.
I mean, people's memory on the internet is very short.
5 seconds long.
You have to understand that. Something that was in 2016 might as well have been like 100 years ago. When it comes
Were you
to
even particularly around on the internet back in 2016?
I've been on the internet since the early 2000s.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I've been on roughly the same amount of time, but I wasn't on Twitter. It was only after I founded TVA that I really started to get into Twitter.
I've been on Twitter since at least 2008, and that's when Twitter was in beta. So I remember how this website used to look before it even was a functional website. And,
good grief.
And the way it is now, it's a shadow of what it used to be. It's a shadow of all the user features that would actually be, useful to artists, to businessmen. But no, all of them do not exist anymore, and those that are actually under premium, under Musk's rule, are so basic compared to what Twitter used to be back in the past. And it's not like Twitter itself kept a lot of these additions over the years, because they had a lot of ideas, a lot of them half-baked, a lot of them never implemented. And they kind of meandered on a lot of points here and there. They could never stick to one idea and then just, go with it, roll with it, monetize it. So you had features that were rolled out for certain users over the years, like a very limited amount of users at that. And some of them were never seen by any other people, and they couldn't properly judge if those features would actually take off if they were introduced to a wider public. And again, that's Twitter for you, but we're not here to talk about Twitter. We're here to talk about the elections, or rather the aftermath of these elections. And I prepared a hefty amount of screenshots. And I do mean
very good. Another thing that I want to say, which I am taking immense personal delight in, is that VT, or rather 4chan in general, has finally acknowledged that Kirsche deserves a place amongst the hallowed ranks of large indie VTubers. They finally had to admit that because her election night stream, she hit 5 view. She was at 12k CCV at one point. That was something like 5,000 CCV more than the next biggest VTuber in all of VTubing that night. And so they have very begrudgingly, after a tremendous amount of whining and complaining, put her on the front page of large indie general.
She wasn't featured beforehand. I mean, considering how many viewers she gets per stream, which is in the 4 digits.
You excuse me, Kuri Rinji. She is a filthy, disgusting conservative. Okay, she wants death on all people that are not exactly female or exactly male, shall we say, for the sake of YouTube. Okay, we don't give attention to her kind in those parts, in the hallowed parts of 4chan. Okay, the place where the rainbow has its greatest allies and friends.
Oh boy, that place really must have changed, because I don't remember VT being such a place. That's a terrible thought to have. I'm glad I don't read that particular space on the internet anymore.
No, I don't either. And it's really funny because I get mentioned on places like VT all the time, and people are constantly accusing each other of being me in disguise, and I'm like, no, are you insane? I live in Ireland. Do you really think that if I went onto VT, a place which is very well known for having extremely biased and corrupt moderation, do you think if I went there and somebody with my typing style suddenly started posting, because you can't use a VPN on 4chan either, which is definitely not a fed honeypot in any way at all. So a random guy with an Irish IP, all the Irish 4chan users, suddenly starts talking on VT. You think a mod wouldn't sell me out within 5 seconds? But no, apparently I'm at least 70 different posters on VT all at once.
All of them talking about Kirsche, all of them trying to at least allude to your let's say fondness of Kirsche. I've seen those at least, so I do understand that. But then again, I'm the type of person that likes to look for accurate information, and VT doesn't tend to have that. Sometimes there are leaks on there that turn out to be accurate, but that happens once a year, maybe, when Niji Sanji, especially when Niji Sanji does something. and there's some leaker over there telling people who's gonna graduate, and it turns out to be true. Or when a new wave of VTuber is released, and that also turns out to be true. So I do wonder who it is. Yeah, or if that leaker is now gone. Because there's been a lot of quiet. There hasn't been much action going on in those terms when it comes to Niji-Sanji leaks. But again, VT, not our subject, not today's subject. Elections and people's reaction to it. Chat, you'll have to forgive me for a few things today, because my folder of screenshots is not that well organized. It's almost, and I do say almost, in a chronological order, but there's gonna be some time discrepancies here and there, so if they do happen, I will tell you about them if a particular tweet is pre-election or post-election. But considering the context of people being hopeful and then people being mad, I think you'll understand what the timeline of the events is when it comes to particular things here and there. And let's not forget there are actual dates on some of these tweets, so it won't be that bad. But without further ado, we're starting. The American flag is not going anywhere. We need to keep some kind of thematic going on. So, first of all...
Oh yes, Kaio. Oh, my favorite. Well, almost my favorite.
So, chat, in case you don't know who Kaio is, well, Kaio is this gay femboy VTuber that likes to get into internet spats with people just for no reason whatsoever. I guess he likes the attention.
Excuse me, he is an honorable sex worker. Hashtag blowjobs are real jobs.
And his claim to fame is getting into a spat with Kirsche predominantly, and then saying, well, not then, because he said that beforehand, that you cannot be racist to white people, because that's the platform he runs on, like a lot of Democrats do at the same time. But he has the following opinion, which is people can be friends with others for having different opinions on issues that affect human lives are crazy. This isn't a debate over ice cream flavors. Entire livelihoods are involved, which is kind of funny to me, because you are a person that believes in a deity, aren't you, Proctor, right? You're a believer, right?
Yes, I am.
And you would be a Protestant, by my reckoning, right?
I mean, I won't go into full detail, but we'll go with that for now, shall we say?
So, I have been brought up Catholic, but now I'm agnostic, and at the same time, our differences in beliefs, in morals, aren't that far off. And yet, we can talk to one another without trying to kill one another, even though, there has been a lot of spats when it comes to religion in the past. They still exist in the world, for sure.
Of course.
But,
I can put away my mace for now. We have common ground.
So yeah, you don't have to kill one another in order to have some sort of discussion about whatever topics that you find interesting. But yeah, not according to Kaio. You have to be at each other's throats all the time, which he is. He does that all the time. Very ineffectively, mind you, because a little bit of lore here on him. Extra lore, because you have to understand that there's a level of being pathetic that you do not see from this particular tweet. This man used to live with his parents, and at one point he decided to have a stream on which he cooked kind of badly because he made a lot of mess. And after that stream, he has been kicked out of his family home because
oh my god, I remember this. I didn't realize it was him.
Yes, it's him. It's him. He was kicked out of his house by his parents, I think his mother, because he didn't, one, clean up after himself, and two, which is funnier to me, he didn't eat dinner.
So wait, let me get this straight. His mother didn't have a problem with him prostituting himself online, but she did have a problem with him making a mess at the dinner table and then not cleaning up after himself.
I mean, if she actually knows about it, but because I imagine she does not know what her son is doing with his online activities, because considering he's been kicked out for not eating dinner, if she found out he's a sex worker, as he calls himself, it would be probably 10 times worse. He probably would be disowned at the same time.
How tragic.
But yeah, that's one of 160 screenshots, so you better fucking hurry up. And here's some more. This is all pre-election still. I'm generally convinced that people who vote third party or people who refuse to vote because they refuse to vote for the lesser of two evils are just people who are afraid of their actions actually having any weight in the world. If they throw their vote away, they mentally abstain themselves from the outcome. Which is a very interesting point of view, I have to say. But
if you hear me typing in the background, it's just me looking up these people and seeing when they last streamed on average.
Oh, I also did that, but at some point I just gave up because most of them just don't. Most of them is just Twitter activity. But you'll find a particular cross-section of VTubing really has these similar opinions on this, and it's the femboy demographic. It's the femboy demographic that's actually like this, and this is one of them as well. So, as well as Kaio beforehand. So yeah, chat. In case you don't know, you do not get to have an informed opinion on your voting. If there are two candidates that are in the running, you better choose one of them, or otherwise you're just wasting your vote according to this person. Not because you want your interests represented by the vote that you give. It's because you have to vote for one of the most popular candidates, otherwise, you will have to mentally live with the fact that you did not vote for one of the two evils, as this guy called it. And then he had a little bit more to say, because more people chimed in at the same time. Yep, exactly right. I've always voted, and last year I voted for Biden just for him to worsen an ongoing genocide. I see their children every day, and it's all because of those in charge. I'd rather vote for third party / not vote and continue to attend local protests / etc. instead of voting for genocide. And then he responds, not voting for either candidate who actually has the chance to win isn't going to get you any closer to the outcome you want. If it only gives you a moral victory of no substance. There are people whose rights are at risk this election. There are women here whose lives are at risk this election. You've become a single-issue voter that isn't even concerned with what's happening with your own country. If you're privileged enough to not be concerned with these things, then you're more privileged than most in our country. Again, you cannot vote for what you find important. You have to vote for what everyone finds important, because otherwise you just do not fucking care. At least according to him.
Yeah, I'm very curious, like, when he says things that everybody finds important. I don't know, keeping a roof over your head, having stable employment, being able to afford medication, all these kinds of things that have obviously and blatantly gotten worse over the last few years because under a certain aspect of democracy. Those are things that just... That's the thing with all of these people, is that they just don't seem to comprehend that the issues that they consider important in their lives are just not shared by the vast majority of people. And also, like, sorry to go on this tangent, but you're on my Discord. You see how my members quite often post in seething VTweeters about seething VTweeters that have like GoFundMes for things like rent, groceries, all these kinds of things. And yet those people that are out there actively begging for money just to make it through the week, just to make it through the next paycheck, those are the same VTweeters that are out there going, oh no, Trump is going to put me in a death camp. Trump is going to murder all my friends. It's horrible. It's a disaster. Like, how insane do you have to be when you get that level of brain rot that you cannot see the difference between your life is physically, tangibly falling to pieces, and yet you still think that it's all about your imaginary ideas in your own head?
Worse yet, you're not doing anything to change your situation, because most of these people that are posted in that particular part of the Discord, they never do anything to seek employment. They always have excuses, as in, I'm disabled, I cannot move an inch to the right or left, or I'm mentally disabled, yet you can formulate
Very
arguments.
mentally disabled.
Yet you can formulate these drawn-out arguments about political elections on Twitter, but you cannot at least, will yourself to look for something online, because there's so many options for remote work, especially after COVID. There's so many. I mean, for God's sake, you can even become a VTuber manager if something doesn't work right for you. And there's there's openings. There's openings for these. And mind you, most of them are incompetent as fuck, but still, there are job openings out there.
The bar has never been lower.
Yep. And that's it. People are not allowed to care for their own shit. They have to think about the greater good. Because the greater good is the most important thing. Not your own livelihood.
The greater good.
Yeah, not your livelihood, not the livelihood of those closest to you. It's always those marginalized people. The moral victory comes from that. Let's continue. And this is already in the election. Before I get some rest, to my American friends, please go vote for Kamala Harris tomorrow. I know some people don't like her, but Trump is disgusting, and I don't want my friends to deal with another 4 years of his nonsense. So if you're still unsure, just vote for her on my behalf, LOL. Well, I have to say this, because the clown show that is Trumpism, that is what they call the Trump derangement syndrome, that's on the Democrats. Always. The clown shows, all of that annoying shit that you get from Trump being a president, that's not on Trump. Because Trump didn't do all that much as a president. To be, to be very honest about that. But the most of the shit that people were annoyed with is coming from Democrats, trying to paint the man as the second coming of the Antichrist. So, again, you really have to understand where you're coming from, but it's very hard to know that if you're in that kind of mindset that you do not see that. Like, you don't have the wider worldview on these issues.
I think that one of the funnest games that you can play if you're in any way politically knowledgeable or inclined is to just take a long, hard look at all of Trump's campaigns and subtract all of the personality from it and just look purely at the things that he's promising or the things that he's done on a practical level. And then take that list and go back about 20 or 25 years and look at what people like Bill Clinton were promising and trying to do. Because people have said that, Trump is basically a 90s Democrat. He's not even particularly far right by the standards of Republicans. And yet this man who basically, kind of agrees with all the Democratic Party line of the past 30 years or so, apart from the last 10 or 15 years of complete, far left insanity, is somehow treated like the Antichrist.
It's always been like that, and it's gonna be like that. It's just gonna be a repeat for the next 4 years, and I'm gonna be here for it, trying to ignore most of that, at least until VTubers get involved, because they're gonna get involved. Someone's gonna make statements. They already made statements, as you can see here. So.
Oh yes.
Moving on. Last post on this. Everyone has been begging me to agree, and I finally have. It's okay to vote in favor of genocide, and you don't have valid reasons to do so. Heart emoji. You're forgiven. Vote with your heart. Vote for what's right. You don't have a choice. You can. Genocide. Heart smiley emoji. It's alright. Some of us want to ensure that we still get to maintain our basic rights and freedoms and keep our sisters from dying from miscarriage before we worry about other countries. You're privileged enough that you don't have to worry about these things, though. Good for you. Heart smiley emoji. Genocide isn't a red line for you, but you still want to feel superior. That's adorable. Oof. That's a lot of friendly fire in this one thread, because all of these people are on the same side. You just have to understand. Show me the kind that's running on a pro-genocide platform. I'll wait. I've seen some Dems condemning a lot of minorities to death after Kamala's loss. I've seen that. They're running on the platform of genocide, you could argue. You have one candidate that says he'd let Israel finish the job, and another that wants a ceasefire and peaceful solution. And after they say that, they're gonna donate 100 million to Israel, because that's how it's always been for decades now. Any new US president is gonna be pro-Israel, and they're gonna be funding whatever Israel wants.
We have to support our greatest ally in the Middle East.
That's true, otherwise there's nothing there. There's no foothold, there's no hook. Then you have con artists who never passed any policy and only shows up every 4 years specifically to siphon votes from the left. You know what I mean, like every single time. Oh, I've promised.
Like...
Yeah, continue.
Yeah, you
Sorry.
go on.
No, you continue. Because I'm.
Yeah, is he talking about Bernie Sanders there?
Probably, because he always wanted donations, if I remember correctly.
Yes, he's the author of that legendary meme.
I am not asking anymore. Let's continue. Both have promised to continue arming Israel, so which one's opposed to it? Nothing will ever be good enough for people like you. Ignoring the fucking question. Okay? Nothing will ever be good enough for people like you, who probably don't do anything but armchair moral grandstanding, and list yourself or get involved in politics and get elected to office. If you do either, you'll have accomplished more than Jill has. Kissing heart emoji. You're literally incapable of thinking outside of voting within the system, aren't you? Americans are so brainwashed. Glad your country's collapsing. The rest of the world will breathe a sign of relief. Again, these people are on the same side. America isn't going anywhere, sweetie. That's what you think. Glad to hear you, and glad to hear you, and from here though. So I don't have to worry about idiots like you voting, getting my sister killed, and losing my rights. Again, this is a femboy. He's not losing any rights. He's just gay. That's
exactly. He doesn't have a womb. Like, what rights is he losing? If anything, he should be happy that women are potentially using or hypothetically losing their reproductive rights, because that means they can't abort any particular children that he might want to have.
No surrogates. America is dying, and it's only a shame if it insists on taking others down with it. Also, if you think the lady who'll happily put trans women in men's prisons and refuse to allow gender-affirming care has your rights, then you're a fool. Yeah, this has happened. This has happened under Kamala. But a lot of people conveniently either do not know this or have forgotten this because, you know, the lesser of two evils, as they said before. Damn, my screenshots are huge here. Hold on. Oh, I get it. You wouldn't vote for anyone who's anything less than a saint, and you will always be so self-important to think that everyone else should think like you. Which is funny, because he's trying to impose his way of thinking on everyone else during this whole conversation. I don't know. Again, self-awareness.
Don't you understand? He's the enlightened one here. He's trying to enlighten you as well. Like, it's not his wisdom. This is wisdom that has come from above. Don't ask where, but it's come from above, and it's not personal, okay? He's just a prophet that is trying to bring you to the light.
Oh, muscled fanboy prophet, save me. We get it. We get it. You hate America. You don't care about us. And you don't want to actually do anything other than moral grandstand platitudes on Twitter. Well, again, this is what you're doing all the time. I do not understand this lack of self-awareness. Always. I can tell you're a happy person. Always so dismissive and reductive of other people's opinions. I love libs. Not, left-leaning people, because I'm left-leaning and I wouldn't call myself a liberal, never. Not according to what at least the United States thinks a liberal is, because you don't want to be that, because you'd be like them, and you aren't them. Me to everyone in my voice call, so I can shoot Trump supporters on sight. And who the fuck did you vote for again? Again, lovely people. And then here's again.
Oh, have you got any of the screenshots about what they wanted to do? I can't remember the name exactly. That hippo that
yes I do. I do.
Trump
We'll get
to win the election.
We'll get to it
that.
eventually. Yeah, we'll get to it eventually. I haven't missed a beat on those. And I do remember how beloved that hippo was, like with everybody. But no, he quote unquote predicted that Trump is gonna win, and then they went all genocide on him. And that guy's from like an almost extinct species too. That's the funny part. They genocide his species to death for this.
They were going extinct for a reason. They were Trump supporters, okay? It was nature taking its course.
Vote Kamala so you never have to hear Grum's bitch about video games again.
I love how Grums lives rent-free in all of their heads. Like, a fairly mild-tempered, I think he's like Asian or something,
he is,
guy, and he just triggers them all the time.
He is. It's not Asian hate if you can hate on Grums. That doesn't count. He's exempt from that rule. And then we're in the election, deep into the election. I fucking hate it here. I can't anymore. You all hate queer folks, POCs. I'm not gonna say pox because that sounds like a disease. And women. And women so much that y'all let a literal felon get to your minds. I can't. I just can't. I like that they always tend to forget that gay people, people of color, and other minorities have voted for Trump in this election and in the previous election. They tend to forget that all the damn time. I don't know how they tend to do this. This was very good because it's not even from an American. I think this person is French or something.
I think what is most pathetic of all is all the people that are not Americans, especially the Canadians, that absolutely throw hysterics whenever an American election happens.
Even though their country is much worse off at the moment. Their whole political system is just fucked up the bum.
Yeah, why would you do that? It's just so stupid. Like, look to your own... Like, you'd think, at the very least, you'd want to be smug about your own country and how much better it's doing than the one that you're railing against. But no, if I can look at your country and go... Like, for example, for Canada. Canada, did you realize that... MAID, like assisted suicide, is now something like the 4th leading cause of death for your entire country? Are you really going to stand and judge us for our politics?
Yeah, that should be a primary concern, that instead of bettering people's lives, preventing them from wanting to kill themselves, you give them the option to do so. And you even encourage it. That's the creepy part. Very dystopian. I don't know if you've seen this article about this Dutch, I think it was Dutch or Swiss, something like that. Suicide pod. And
I did. I read it in my last stream as kind of a tangent. That was really, really disturbing. I genuinely found that deeply creepy.
I think that might be just some kind of front for serial killers that just want to get off, on killing people, and it just kind of failed.
At the end of the article, they said that they had to pause the something like 556 applicants that were waiting in line to use this thing.
Jesus.
And I'm just like, in my mother's time, they just used bridges. Like, what kind of state has society gotten to while there are now waiting lists for suicide?
Terrible. A terrible state that is. Let's continue. These votes can't be real. Like, oh, you're okay over there? I'm in Europe and I'm terrified to watch this election. I got friends messaging me and leaving the country if Trump wins. What the actual fuck are you all trying to cook? Again, this person is French or something like that, but they're terrified of what's happening across the Great Pond. And people leaving, of course they're gonna leave. All of these people without jobs, living from GoFundMe to GoFundMe every single month, they're gonna be leaving. Yep. They're gonna be leaving. Yep.
Suddenly gonna be moving countries. You know, what are the rents in Canada like at the moment? I think like the minimum rent is something like 2,500 Canadian fake dollars a month minimum. Yeah, where the hell are you gonna go to, mates?
But all of them are cooked, as they say. Dude, I don't know.
I also like to touch on this thing where he says these votes can't be real because, something that's been pointed out quite noticeably is that in 2016 there were something like 80 million Democrat voters. This election, there's only 65 million Democrat voters, and in 2016 there were only 65 million Democrat voters. Why exactly in 2020 did 20 million extra Democrats vote that didn't vote in 2016 and didn't vote in 2024? Like,
it's a huge mystery.
Not to bring up old not to bring up old, completely debunked conspiracy theories, but something just ain't adding up here, mates.
The math isn't mathing, as they say. Dunno. I don't know how this shit is happening right now. I can't get my head around it. It's literally insane. Fascism, apparently. Honestly, if this goes in the favor of the annoying orange Neko, I may have to leave the country. This is the first time I've seen anyone refer to Trump as an orange Neko. This is
an orange Neko.
I don't know what the reference here is, but again, this is very new. Also, Killer So Gaming, I think this was one of the guys that was involved in this whole thing where a voice actress / VTuber was cucking them, like left and right. And there was like this huge document that they released about it, and I think he was one of the dudes.
Are you surprised?
I'm not, like, at all. All of these people are worth each other's time and each other's morals that they do not have. I have and always will hate this country, and I don't know. This doesn't align with this particular like GIF because this is fine, as everything is on fire. So kind of doesn't align in my mind.
Yeah, neither a bit late. Might have noticed that like 2 or 3 years ago, mate.
Today is a very scary day for women and people in America. No streams. For at least a few weeks. This one got me too. It starts very positive and then devolves into hysterics.
Oh yes, I think I saw this one.
Get out the vote. You won't see the further political postings of oh no from me after this one. That's a lie. I encourage everyone who hasn't to exercise their right to vote in the US. Make your voice heard. Also, early voting and mail-ins is super cool. Access. I hope these of your voting today get the chance to save yourself from the lines next election. I voted over a week ago. And then it continues. I'm scared, honestly. I definitely want out of Florida. Moving here from work and family was never worth it. Well, politics aside, you're moving to a state that's hit with natural disasters every single fucking year. Well, where tens of people die. So yeah, it's not a wise destination for work or any kind of living accommodations.
I'm also I feel like commenting. What on earth is an ice dragon doing in Florida? I'm pretty sure they'll melt rather quickly.
It's okay. It's the degenerate ice dragon. They have they have some kind of anti-fire buff or whatever. And if you notice, there's this really small button on the right side, which shows hidden replies. I wonder.
Yes.
I wonder what's that's gonna lead to. Well, it has led to this. It's just Trump making fries. It's just, he's just working, having a little fun at his favorite fast food restaurant.
I thought the garbage truck stunt was just absolutely hilarious.
But yeah, you have to be really butthurt in order to hide something like that. But yeah. Let's continue, because that wasn't the end of it. This wasn't the last politics.
It's never the end. It's never the end.
As someone in Texas feeling the same, I don't blame you. Please take care, Sylvie. Same boat, really. Feeling like we're living in history books right now, and it's not a good feeling hanging there. I like the people that have this comment from time to time. It's like we're living history at this very point in time. Yes, because that's how it works.
Yeah, that's how history works.
The present
becomes the past.
And then it continued and got, again, more and more deranged as time went by, and more votes for Trump were being counted in every single state. I don't blame you, honestly. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on in people's head to make the wrong decisions that could lead to dystopian future. I truly hate to bring up politics, but I'll put it like this. Education literacy has been declining in this country for a long time now. I can agree with that, but...
I can agree with that, most certainly. But it's definitely not Trump's fault.
Nope. Frankly, this country is stupider than it was in the past. I don't know, witch hunts were kinda, devastating. And I don't think people do that anymore, which I know it's a lie because they do that all the time on social media. It's just that they usually don't kill them. They don't waterboard people for being witches. Or, what is today the act of trying to cancel someone.
You absolutely know that Democrats would try and waterboard. They try and exorcise the demons out of black people that voted the wrong way. Because there's no other reason except possession by evil spirits that a black person would so obviously vote for the party of slavery.
We'll get to angry Democrat tweets about minorities too. They really telling. Oh geez, those are gonna be terrible. It's fairly simple to most people because they look at how things were in 2019 before COVID and are like, well, it was better back then. They think inflation got so bad once Trump wasn't in the office anymore and blame that on Biden. Even though the global economy has been having trouble, we actually had it better here than the rest of the Western world. Again, something I can agree with, but, things like wars happen, COVID happens, and then everything goes to shit. Ukraine, which has been a large exporter of wheat for many, many years on a global scale, is partially responsible for that. Let me read that super chat real quick. Beardmaster, thank you for the 5 Canadian dollar dues. Literacy have declined because the only thing they read in academia is Marxism theory. I mean, before you get to college, before you get to university, there's something called high school, and before that there's middle school. So basic literacy should be handled by those. And the fact there's so many high school dropouts and the level of students in America, even in high schools, is so low. It's really telling. And this has been going on for many years, and you cannot possibly pinpoint or pin that on Trump. That's just impossible.
Yep. In fact, it's this is something I take a personal interest in. Is that it's a tiny tangent, but you can go online. You can very easily find evidence that all over the world, global literacy rates are declining at very rapid and very scary rates. Particularly bad in America and in developed countries overall. Like, people are just forgetting how to read at horribly depressing rates. And that's actually something really interesting that I've noticed, that an awful lot of people from Southeast Asia who don't have English as a first language actually have far better English skills and English grammar skills than natives.
Because they're
It's like
forced
really weird
to
to me.
read. That's why.
Almost
even
every time
reading.
almost every time I meet somebody who genuinely has very good punctuation and dictation on the internet, and I now ask them, "Are you Indonesian?" And it's almost always they say yes.
Oh, they're coming for your jobs, Americans. You better be ready for those Indo waves coming to you soon once your literacy drops to the levels that nobody will be willing to hire you for anything.
Well, if
And
they
the
replace the
Xenos.
Indians, I'm not complaining too hard.
Because I think Indian literacy is also going down, so yeah, it's time to get replaced. World's leading superpower, India, it's time to go. I am sorry.
Oh dear.
I want to throw up looking at the US election map. America, you all really are not okay, huh? Send help! Our country is falling to fascism.
Falling to fascism.
Again, last tweets about politics from Icy Sylvie, the Degenerate Ice Dragon. I'm scared, honestly, and I definitely won't have to Florida. Moving here, work and family was never worth it. Man, and I told myself I wouldn't post politics. It's super hard to watch, though, because I used to be real big into campaigning a few years ago. But alas, I decided to give up that prospective real-life career to be a VTuber that doesn't stream.
A degenerate VTuber at that.
I mean, a hobby is a hobby, but really, priorities in life should really be something some people really think about. So frustrating, especially to be denied Amendment 3 and 4 here, even though we had a majority. The pure volume of Americans who decided that none of racism, misogyny, sexual assault, or trying to overthrow our democratic election process were disqualifying attributes of political candidate is shocking. I expected better from the US today. I feel like it should have never been this close. I'm embarrassed and I'm ashamed as an American with a German family. All the signs are screaming in our face and they're just being ignored by so many people. I, as a German-coded person, no fascism.
Oh no, not the Germans.
German-coded person. Because
a German-coded person? What? What the hell is a German-coded person? You like bratwurst and you wear lederhosen?
And you know a thing or two about fascism, about putting people in camps. How couldn't you see that?
You're very good at operating an oven. Very good.
Jesus Christ. And this one gets me. This is this is really something. Sorry guys, Taco Bell combo deal prices went up by $2, so we had to elect a fascist. Unreal. We tried, man. Those Taco Bell combo deals. It's just. I know there's a lolcow out there by the name of Wings of Redemption. He's my favorite.
Oh no.
His very informed political take about general state of a country's economy is that if a Big Mac is priced very low, it means that the country is doing very well, and you'd understand why he say that, because he's an obese 400-pound man, and he understands politics via fast food. So there you go. That's tidbit of lore. Go check him out.
You know, unironically, there is a school of economics which follows what's called the stripper index, which is they base economic predictions on the amount of tips that professional strippers are earning, because their argument is that stripping is it's a highly desired profession among those who are middle class. Like, a lot of people that are businessmen visit strip clubs and so on. And so you can base the amount of money that's in general circulation in the economy by how much spare cash business people have to pay for strippers.
I believe it.
There is actually serious data behind that, and it's not even a particularly badly performing school, as far as I'm aware.
I'd like to read that, because that sounds fascinating, if there's like anything to actually back it up.
I've got some links to that. I'll send it to you sometime.
You should link it to chat too, because that sounds enlightening.
I'm trying to figure out how to Google this without getting very weird results.
Alright, and then let me continue at the same time.
Sure, go ahead.
This is one thing that I will say about the election. Remember the Red Mirage? Republican votes tend to come from small areas, so their votes get counted quickly and first. The blue shift then happens as the large liberal metropolitan areas get counted. This is how 2020 looked too. This is very close to how things looked when Biden won in 2020, and maps are very useless right now. I am sorry. The red mirage turned into a red tsunami, and there was no stopping it. I read this one already. This one is pretty funny. Communist streamer Hassan Piker announced he's moving to Japan. As a representative of Japan, we do not want him. We'll pass on this offer to South Korea. I would want to see Hassan Piker being hunted in the streets in a similar fashion to Johnny Somali.
You know what? I have never voted in my life. However, the political party that has as one of its campaign goals that every year there's like a day that is like in the purge where you can just hunt celebrities, I would very much vote for that party, and I would encourage every person that I know to vote for that party.
It is very dystopian, but at the same time it sounds very entertaining, so I concur. But then again, if you hunted Hassan Piker, you would never be able to get him in a full Nelson because his head is so fucking small. Like, you have to grab him by the arm or something, because it's certainly bigger than his fucking head. But then again, he doesn't have much in the amount of brains in there as well, considering that he compares terrorists to One Piece characters. So, okay, let's move on. And here's our favorite black VTuber by the name of Shizzy, which he.
Oh no!
I'm not playing this video because it's as annoying as all things related to Shizzy, and the fact that he looks just as disgusting in real life as his VTuber model is, I don't know, really telling.
No, he doesn't have like 3 giant malformed penises growing out the back of his skull, so he's not quite as hideous in real life as his VTuber form.
You're really selling him high on this. But yeah, he made 3 virtue signaling videos, with one of them being walking around the streets at night, looking like as if he's scouting out a house to rob. And mind you, I'm not saying that because I'm prejudiced or anything like that. This guy has actually admitted to a history of robbing people. He did have break-ins in his career. So I would be.
He's a rapper. What do you expect?
I don't expect any better. That's what I expect. Let's move on. But let me read that super chat real quick too. Hold up. Xenogears, thank you for the 10. Your streams always keep me entertained at work. You think Pipa and Kusha schizos are gonna ramp up the crazy? With this? Maybe not with the election stuff, but there certainly have been some schizos, especially on Kirsch's side, that have been very active during the last week. One of them being Mr. Vollständiger Namen. And he's always active. He's always willing to grab something that Kirche said and completely misconstrue it as
he's
something
completely
very vile.
insane. Genuinely nuts.
I'd have to do some kind of sequel stream on him at some point because he actually made videos that aren't just clips of VTubers out of context. And he put his voice to it, and he sounds the way you expect him to sound. As a very angry German man. Even though he's
really dislike Germans on the internet.
He's Austrian, but he has a very, very thick southern German accent, so I imagine he lived there for a very long time. But yeah, that's for another stream. We're getting to our favorite pair of miscreants, Utakuchi Mana and Bint in the same thread.
Oh yes, the dynamic duo.
It's a collaboration of titans of annoyance.
True juggernauts of the VTubing industry right here.
Replying to a very popular right-wing account, a right-wing cosplayer by the name of Mac, she has made a name for herself cosplaying Asuka from Evangelion, and wearing...
I'm contractually obligated at this point to say that Mari is the best girl in Evangelion, and I will die on this hill.
I respect your opinion, but I think Rei is the best girl because she doesn't speak all that much. And that's
this is how you tell that a man has serious, genuine experience with actual women. Like virgins go with Asuka, whereas serious men go with Rei because she doesn't speak.
Well, yeah, let's see what Mana and Ben had to say here. Me? Vote for Kamala? As if I'd ever waste my time on that, you idiot. Very in character, too. I like that. Reject the global. So why are you dressed like an anime girl from Japan? Which Bint replies, she's German and lives in Japan, and also she's 14 and not real, LMAO. Mana replies with, this Nazi bitch, let on taking in Japanese cartoons and claiming to revere the local, LMAO. And Mana was incredibly mad at this person. I don't know if it's some sort of jealousy because she's like a womanlet. She's like 4 feet nothing. Like she's
she's got
short.
small woman's disease.
I mean,
didn't know that actually.
It's likely in the genes because she's like half Filipino, half Japanese. So she would never. Like... She's never gonna be reaching for those apples on those trees. She's never.
Yeah, I have noticed a lot of interactions between Dear Mana and also Bint recently. I do wonder if there's a romance budding behind the scenes.
Probably, but based on what's going on in Mana's Discord, I don't think Bint would ever be able to join that because he or she, whatever, wouldn't be able to pass the communist test. It's an extensive test that takes at least 30 hours to pass and to evaluate before you actually get into the Discord server. So I don't think Bint has that much time on his hand, or maybe he does, but I don't know. Either way,
definitely he's the kind of guy who has an awful lot of spare time on his hands.
I mean, recently he's gotten a taste of popularity. So in the same day he opened a coffee, he opened a Patreon, don't know whatever else he opened, but he's monetizing very hard right now on his internet musings.
Niji Sanji's strongest warrior.
Indeed. And speaking of strongest warriors, we're getting to someone that was involved with Marina in the past.
Wolf boy VTuber. Excuse me when I throw up in my mouth a little bit.
Again, the amount of femboys having similar opinions on this topic is very concerning. TFM Johnny, the Wolf boy VTuber, says this. This is the first time in 36 years when I'm not sure if it's gonna be okay. But I'll never stop fighting, and neither should you. May a democratic...
Wait, I just noticed that 36 years. My god, this guy is about 4 years older than I am.
Terrible, isn't it?
Sorry, if you are, well, not quite nearly, but almost to your 40s and you're on the internet calling yourself a wolf boy with an I hope your family line ends with you.
Can't be a wolf man. Have to be a wolf boy. Again, another super chat. I'm being ripped away from the stream. Momaoko, thank you for the 5. Don't forget, Johnny had his RP daughter who was underage. Yeah, that's again another topic for another fucking time, because all of these people are fucking terrible.
The rabbit hole goes so deep.
It is. Unfortunately, it is. Let's continue. May a democratic America survive this. May a Western democracy survive this. May Ukraine survive this. There are dark days ahead. America was a neat little experiment while it lasted. It plays a clip from Titanic with the orchestra playing the Titanic away as the boat slowly sinks into the fucking ocean. Why are these people so dramatic at such a advanced age, I have to say? Like, seriously.
Because they've never grown up.
At some point you have to, because there's a limit to how much you can lie to yourself.
Look at people like Chris Chan, who's like in his 40s, I think, at this point, and he's still no different.
Yeah,
I mean, he at least has like quite advanced mental issues to get away with it, but he's a case study in how far you can take that kind of mindset.
Yeah, and then you question how many of these people are on the same level of mental illness, just, you know, not as well documented as Christian is, because I imagine a lot of them would have very similar stories if they were that advanced in their, you know, mental faculties degradation. But let's continue. This is this just goes into full panic and paranoia. I love this. I don't get it. America is just like really fucking dumb. Yes, yes, we are fucking are. It's over. And as you can tell, the it's over person is another cat boy. It's another boy. It's another.
What is it with the cat boys? Like, guys, please spay your cat boys. Okay, they're multiplying out of control.
It's delicious. This one's both an artist and a VTuber. I broke down sobbing. I don't want to live in the world that has become increasingly more dangerous
literally shaking!
In regards to people I care about. I don't want to live in a world that's become increasingly more dangerous towards myself as a trans person. I really thought we could do it. I really had hope. I just want the ability to live and buy groceries and afford things and not have to worry about getting shot or beaten up or have choices made about my body that aren't mine. Again, dramatic, hyperbolic, and not really true. I know it isn't...
And completely missing the point.
That's also true. I know it isn't over, but with things looking so bleak, I don't know what to do. I'm so afraid for where this country is headed. I am so afraid in regards to the world my younger sibling will grow up in. I'm so incredibly scared for what the future holds. Whatever the election results may be, please be kind to others throughout this time. I can agree with that last thing, to be kind to others, but again, the people on your side, dear Evan, they don't want to that. They want to kill other people, and I'll get to that. They genuinely express the willingness to kill other people because they voted wrong. And they didn't even vote for Trump. They voted for a party and they want them to die. Let's move on. And here's your favorite fanboy. Here's Merryweather.
Oh no.
With combination with Bint as well. Hug emoji, in case you need it. Triple hug emoji.
And again, Merryweather is not even American. Merryweather is, I think he's Danish.
He's Danish-Turkish, living in Japan. That's the furthest away he could be.
He's living in Japan. Like I did you see that? Just reminds me that there's this tweet. I didn't save it unfortunately, but it's like there was like the Japanese depiction of the American elections, and it's like a pair of like funny anime caricatures of Trump and Kamala, like doing funny little animations whenever one of them gains or loses an electoral vote. I thought that was hilarious.
At least Japan had fun with it.
Oh yeah, Japan had massive amounts of fun with the election, and I'm really happy for them.
Like, I'm glad there's a language barrier, because they'd be horrified to see how many of these people are just willing to kill others who kill themselves because of election results. And, you know, to mix it up, I also took some screenshots that are not VTuber related, but I had to take them because the implications are funny. This guy, by the way, he deleted his account at this point. So, in case you don't know what this is a champagne bottle, and this is a drain cleaner on the right side. So, in case Kamala wins, that champagne bottle is gonna be downed in celebration. And if Trump wins, this Drano is gonna be it's gonna be chugged in an attempt of suicide, I imagine. And considering this account has been deleted, I think it has. You can check it. I think they went through with it.
I mean, credit for going through with it, I suppose.
But who the fuck puts Drano in their fridge? I don't know who does, but either way. Oh, husband, I'm so sorry, but I can't let you go vote for Donardo Torampu. Women's rights are at stake. Oh, husband, we are stealing the moon.
See, this is why I like Asian cultures. Like, they know how to actually take the piss out of things. And it's really weird. They have such incredibly straight-laced cultures in so many ways, and yet when they like cut loose and start taking the piss, it's just on such an intense, almost like Dada-esque level. I just have so much respect for it.
I think it's because they bottle it up, and when they release it, it just comes out in waves of unhinged humor.
Oh yeah, it does. It's really unhinged. It's like beautifully unhinged.
And then we go back to Kaio in the middle of the election.
Oh no.
Hope all the idiots that voted for the Green Party or didn't vote at all because they wanted to support Palestine feel stupid as hell right now. If you want to support Palestine, you vote for the administration you can work with more. It's not always the president. You gotta look past the cover and see what you can work with. I'll be very real with you, chat. No matter who is gonna be chosen in any American political election, it's gonna be 100 million donated to Israel every single fucking time. It doesn't matter.
Our greatest allies.
It cannot be stopped. Israel could only be feasibly stopped from doing whatever they're doing to Palestine with force, and no one's gonna do that. Israel is a superpower in that area. They have a huge advanced military that has been trained to kill people for many, many decades now, and they're very good at it. If you cannot tell from what's happening to their neighbors on every single side.
It took them quite a long time to sink the USS Liberty, but we don't talk about that any longer.
Yeah, that's not something they want to know.
No.
They want others to know. But let's move on. If people genuinely wanted to stop this genocide, they would have voted for Harris. Genocide was clearly off the table with both parties, but we could have been in such better position to do so with Harris. Fuck this country, fuck the right, fuck Jill Stein. We're cooked, ATP. I genuinely hope they die. Told you. These people want third-party voters to just go on and sink into a hole. Very lovely people, very normal, not unhinged whatsoever. I swear I'm gonna cry. My sister and I did our part in the fight for human rights, equality, and a better place to live without fear and prejudice. I don't care at the point to go through another 4 years of hell, knowing a big part of the Latino community, my parents included, had a hand in this outcome is so disappointing. Now that some of y'all have success and secure place in the US, you suddenly forget about where you came from and who helped you get to where you are. You ignore all the nasty, awful things he said about the Latino community and accept it because it means you get to bask in the benefits while the rest have to worry about what will happen to them tomorrow. Hope you enjoy your goddamn victory. Frowny face, fuck you emoji. I do love the hyperbolic over dramatized posts. They're just so lovely.
They are. They're just beautiful.
So-
and you
so
can like
cool.
this one got barely any engagement. Like you can tell at some point that a lot of these people are just like, yeah, this is my chance to get a few extra subscribers. It's all Twitter clout too. Like none of this ever translates into actual CCV. I mean, wasn't it? I think it's like it's not forget because there's a ton of these different things. So I think it's give me Banhammer. No, it's give me Banhammer. Like they're I follow them. Like they're genuinely a very fun Twitter account that's got like hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of Twitter followers, and they actually started streaming recently, and that translated to like 200 CCV. So like 2 million followers translated to 200 CCV.
Yeah, and also
like,
you're also
that's
thinking
the
about
exchange rate.
You're also thinking about the debut, so that number is surely going down on subsequent streams. That's not
Exactly.
possible to maintain unless you actually do stream with some kind of schedule and do it regularly at least. But let's continue because the drama postings just started. I'm gonna fucking puke. Y'all disappoint me. My parents disappoint me. and here it is. What do you think happens to those Latinos that do not toe the line?
Oh yes.
We have to have a very, very uncomfortable conversation about Latino voters in this country. I wonder what the conversation involves. Having the wrong opinions? I wonder. And of course, I had to take some Reddit screenshots because that's where all the intellectuals reside, and they always have the best opinions about everything.
I'm not racist, but
Latinos supported Trump in Michigan by a margin of 60%. I'm not racist, but this shit just might make me. It's absurd. They're going to get a fucking deported. Oh,
yes, all those licensed voters that use their ID to vote in these places, they're gonna get deported, definitely.
All of these Latino citizens that were born in the US, they're just waiting in line to get put into trucks and hauled over to the border. I can't believe how insane this is. Yes, it is, and you're saying it. I have to accept I'm a minority in this country. People love love rapist white supremacists. Thank God I'm a white dude. Good luck to anyone.
Hey, now, I think that's a little bit of white privilege right there. Is he reveling in his white privilege? Oh dear. Oh dear.
Like, it's that guy in the Boondocks, but I'm ironically saying, haha, I'm white. This is not my problem. Good luck to anyone who is not white. I did my part and voted Harris. Peace emoji. And in case you want to know what happens to people that just want to have a little fun during the election, just, put up a little bit of memes here and there to, fight the doom and gloom. Well, this happens to them. This guy made this meme. Democratic Party, Republican Party, just, small-brained people yelling at each other. And there's this guy, he just wants to have fun. He just wants to play Mario Party because he's big brain like that. Cool meme. Pretty cool, I'd say. And this is the quote retweet to it. I'm not even joking. Kill all white YouTubers. Remember when this guy tried acting like he was above geek streamers? Someone needs to kick him in the fucking teeth. Like, overreaction much about the meme. And it's a fucking Dragon Ball Z profile picture as well. People that used to have Dragon Ball profile pictures back in the early 2000s, they used to be cool people, and now it's just the complete opposite. Holy shit. Oh, I can't believe a sexual abuser, pedophile, rapist, and racist really won elections again. You guys are fucked. Gritting teeth emoji. And Europe too, when Russia is going for the next countries.
Yes, because Russia's definitely going to invade NATO yet.
Yet they barely can get past Ukraine's border on their own
it's taking
side.
them, what, like 3 years to grind Ukraine down, and then they're suddenly going to invade Western countries? Yeah, come off it.
But this raccoon emoji is very suspicious to me. I wonder what they meant by this. Because I've seen this emoji used by racist
what
liberals.
do you mean by this?
It's very suspicious for sure. Except none of that is true. This is even a bit mainstream medialized. People cannot choose to believe or not. But if people ever choose to do their own research, they know that wasn't true. He couldn't be racist because he created the Platinum Plan. The last time he was in office, the plan helped in creating jobs for black community. And usually racists don't help people they hate. He's also the first and only president who has ever openly affirmed the LGBT. Even hiring the first openly gay cabinet member in 2020, which was probably incompetent, but that's beyond the point. He's not a pedophile, and he had a woman on his staff that he treated with the utmost respect. So if anything, it's more unbelievable that people will still believe whatever the mainstream media says rather than the truth. And you know what the reply to that was? To this, statement of facts? Yeah, you're blocked. Heart smiley emoji.
Of course.
And we get to my favorite. Oh, you're gonna love this chat. You're gonna love this one. Oh, you're gonna love this. Brandon, the husbando, VTuber, Loot King AR, Immersion Break. I did the thing. So fuck the old racist son of a bitch, real Donald Trump.
No, you shouldn't have spoiled me on this, because maybe it was wise that you did.
Hope he loses this election, gets thrown in jail, ultimately burns in hell for all eternity. You know, this might be a little bit petty of me, but Democrat voters, because how does this guy look to you? Like he looks like the normal kind of dude. You'd say that on the street, like he won't turn your head or anything like that.
Wait till you see the other parts.
Like completely innocuous in terms of looks, but Mr.
I didn't even notice he had the VTuber tag. Honestly, I was so distracted by the other horrifying parts of it.
Bando the Husbando. Here's his profile, just so you understand. Loot King Arc, Time Lord VTuber, and Ligma male life coach. I don't know what that means, but I will stand for you harder than style platinum. Han poly trans ally, 18 non-minors, please. Castle of Husbando is where he resides. And you will not understand, or maybe you will even comprehend what kind of hobbies he has. He puts online for every other people to see. Well, I think it would be too much for YouTube, so I censored it. So it looks much worse. Hi there, lovelies! Going live on Chatterbait in a few minutes with lovely Linksa and EN Novak 99.
Oh, hey, Sawa! Hey, Sawa! What a great time for you to jump in, literally just as we show this on the front scene.
Link in my link ready. So what kind of steamy action the three of us get up to? Hashtag not safe for Twitter. Hashtag LootTuber. I have to dissect everything that's in this fucking picture for you, chat. On the left side, there's a woman that looks like his mother, even though she's white, but she kind of looks
She
at
also looks
us.
absolutely horrified to be there. Like, that is the expression of somebody that is, at the very best, repeating to herself, $20 is $20, $20 is $20. And it just gets worse from there.
Behind him, he has what I believe is either a tapestry or a poster, which signifies him probably belonging to the Black Israelites, because they have a lot of ancient Egyptian symbolism to them. So that's just my speculation, but it feels like he belongs to the same kind of group of people. I'd believe it, considering all of the other shit that's crazy that's in one fucking picture, but mind you. Behind him, you see some models. I think there's a bottle of lube on the right side, or it might be something else. And before we get to the monstrosity on the fucking right side, there's Funko Pops every fucking where behind them, which I don't know. I don't know what's the best kind of marker for a liberal other than
I'm gonna consume.
And again, flags left and right, all encompassing LGBTQ plus whatever, and on the left as well. I think that's a pansexual flag. I think. I don't know. But lastly, we come to the right side. This is Linksa, his furry blow-up doll with enlarged chesticles that also has furry feet. This is a custom thing, by the way. This guy had this custom made for him. This is made to his very specific likes and for this particular stream that he's having right now.
How much do you think that thing cost?
It looked very sturdy and articulated, even though it's a blow-up thing. So I imagine it's probably above 1K. I bet he paid at least 1K for this thing, for this monster.
Azahara's saying 1,500 to 2,500, and given Azahara's proclivities, I'm going to consider him an expert on the subject.
So I wasn't that far off, above 1K. But yeah, again, a little bit petty maybe, but I found this by accident, Chad. I didn't look for this specifically. I just wanted to see if this guy streams. And oh boy, does he stream. Just not the kind of thing you'd like to see.
And also, I just want to, unfortunately, well, no, it is fortunate. It's very fortunate. But what Kuri has censored here is a lot of the body detail on this guy. And yeah, his body type is terrifying. I have a very strong feeling this man quite considerably indulges himself in the kind of chemical assistance that is not conducive to a healthy appetite, shall we say, because his limbs are like weird, creepy matchstick things.
They're weirdly skeletal, as if that man hasn't walked a day in his life.
He's a spooky, spooky, scary skeleton. On the bright side, he would be quite easy to get away from if he ever came after you, I'm hoping.
I don't know how he performs in bed. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he lets his doll do all the work with his partner on the left side and he just watches.
I would rather not engage in speculation on this topic. Thank you very much.
Let's move on then. But yeah, that's your typical, I guess, Kamala Harris voter. If you want to think about them in such a way, why not? This is the last political post I'm making. That's famous last words. That word actually, last words. But if this is how the election is going to go, I am terrified. As a woman, there's so many things I'm worried about under another Trump term, especially when it comes to my body. Voted Trump, unfollow me now. I wish we were celebrating Kamala becoming president. blue heart crying emoji. But alas, it didn't come to pass. I don't know. Maybe because people voted for it to happen. Why are you crying? I'll have literally zero impact on your life, just like Biden, just like Trump before. LOL. Literally makes no difference what rich fuckface is in the office. Shut the fuck up and stop crying about it. I am a woman on birth control who is also bisexual. How does bisexuality even get involved in this? I don't know. The biggest thing that will affect me relates to accessibility to healthcare and birth control. 1, nobody's going to take your birth control away. 2, WTF does being bi have to do with anything here? Absurdity for absurdity's sake.
Here's a suggestion. A 100% foolproof way to avoid getting pregnant. Keep your legs closed.
You don't have to have sex. There's other options to get your hormones in balance. And it doesn't have to involve potential impregnation. All the women in the chat.
I mean, Bow the Whale manages to survive, and good God, look at that woman's libido.
Yeah, she actually has a illness that.
A hormone issue.
She actually is justified in being the way she does to a degree, I'd say. But yeah. Here's the fun thing. Let's read the thing that's quote-tweeted first. Regardless of the election's results, it's obvious this country has gotten away more right-wing, especially amongst men. And I think a lot of that is what is fed to us online. You have to figure out a way to stop every dude under 35 from turning into a crypto Hitler. And the quote retweet is just cherry on top. It cannot be overstated how much of an influence Joe Rogan, Andrew Tate, and the entire Gamergate/GG 2.0 sphere have been on children and young men over the past decade. And liberals/Dems have absolutely zero answer to any of it because online is not real. Hell yeah, we're back to fucking Gamergate. It's back. It's never left. It's...
Yeah.
Blame Gamergate on everything. These fucking people. And again, Catboy VTuber. Chat, are the gays cooked? It's never been this over. Trump is the next president. He's gonna appoint 2 more SC justices. And now we're just waiting to see how much he takes the house by just to gauge how fucked everything really is. If I lived in America, I'd be fleeing like a rat from a sinking ship.
Notice how they almost never say where they're supposed to be going.
I mean, can they go? To Canada or Mexico? They'll never go to Mexico, so I'm guessing Canada is their only option.
That would be so hilarious. The Catboy exodus to Mexico.
Oh man. Isn't Nick Fuentes like Mexican? Or some kind of brand of Latino? I think he's Mexican. Either way.
He's also gay, isn't he?
So everybody claims, but he denies that thing with much fury.
Despite the fact that he after his boyfriend left him, he literally crawled around their apartment with a blacklight looking for evidence of the sexual betrayal, shall we say?
Yeah, he was looking for biological matter that you can only find with a blacklight, let's say. And if you don't know what that is, you can go look it up, chat.
Please don't look it up if you don't know what it is. Cherish your innocence.
Here's Twisty. I'm an old Zako of Nidi-san GN fame. Winners never lose. Which is a tweet probably that has nothing to do with the election, but
I sincerely don't. I don't think even Niji Sanji is incompetent enough to let their livers post about American politics on Made.
Yeah, but there's a reply by an unrelated party, says Trump winning, and there's Bint below. She's not talking about you, loser. Bint is such a child. I don't even know how to describe this better. She just completely off the hook, like needs to go back to school at some point. Shoved in the locker, learn some manners. Ezra does everything. VTuber on Blue Sky, now posting on Twitter for the very last time. If you voted Trump, fuck you, leave. How? Why? I mean, Trump won. Why should they leave? If you're from the outside country and want to find this funny and want to point and laugh, fuck you, leave. I mean, I'm not there. I'm laughing across the pond. I'm not leaving. I'm not going anywhere. This person is so entitled to other people leaving and not them. Jesus. And here we have non-VTuber tweets that, you know, they're taking those Latinos to task for the failure to elect Kamala Harris as the next US president. Expecting Latino people to be smart was the first mistake. LMAO. We have to have a very uncomfortable conversation about Latino voters in this country.
Here it is.
Completely mask off. Liberals, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, were you around? You were almost certainly around for when Roe v. Wade was, revoked.
Yes,
and it was the black justice who I think was the swing vote in that. And
yes, she got.
I remember
called terrible things. Oh my!
I know. I think the one that stuck with me the most was somebody saying, "Why does this black person want to put his collar back on so much?"
Jesus.
There was unironically a tweet I saw from somebody with like the rainbow flag and it wasn't Justice for Palestine back then, but it was all the classic signals, pronouns in bio, and I was just like, I didn't have a Twitter account then, otherwise I would have quote tweeted it or something.
And this account, which is named appropriately both in @ and in username, Angry Black Hoochie, ex-wifey material. What do we expect from a community who uses the N-word more than the actual N-words do? Jesus Christ, these people. Do they actually read themselves before they send this shit out? Jesus Christ. Uneducated and ignorant. Oh my god. Choosing not to educate themselves, and they think that La Economia is going to save them when they're gonna be fucked. God, these people. This is also one of my favorites from this whole thing. Chat, online there's this account called Right Wing Cope. It's a gimmick account that's supposed to post copes or right-wingers, you know, completely being blown the fuck out for political failures and what have you.
And, hey, I'm sure expert. Nice to see you, by the way.
At Right Wing Cope, I had a little thing to say about the elections because it's been kind of funny. Guys, we need to pray for Lichtman. Holy shit, lol. He's ripping some cigarettes. Hopefully he comes back stronger than ever. And Lichtman is one of these people that predicts, I think, election results, and kind of didn't work out this time. And Right Wing Cope cemented his opinion with, "This is unironically worse than 9/11." And I think this is their last tweet since the election results, which is really fucking funny.
You just know they'll come crawling back, though.
People that says that something's unironically worse than 9/11 have never seen 9/11 happen live. I have seen it on TV live. It was shocking.
I was old enough to remember 9/11 live. Ugh.
It was shocking, horrifying. Even everyone stopped doing anything at that point. It's like the world just stopped in time. You were in class, your classes stopped immediately, and they rolled in a television to show you the fucking news.
Yeah, wasn't that? That reminds me. That was one of the things that I saw about Shizzy too. Is that like Shizzy has a video where he's like whining and complaining about how his mother abused him by forcing him to go to school on like the same or not. I think it was not coming to pick him up from school immediately when 9/11 happened. Like, he has a whole video where he's whining and complaining about how dreadful and awful that was and how terrible his relationship with his parents is. And like one of the central focusing instances of that is, yeah, she didn't pick him up fast enough from school after 9/11, so he was forced to stay for extra hours of school when everybody else had already gone home.
What a fucking tragedy. Like, thousands of fucking people dead almost fucking instantly, but poor fucking
Yeah, Shizzy
Shizzy.
most affected.
Poor fucking Shizzy. And here's a little backstory about Right Wing Cope, because that's also important, who runs these sorts of accounts. He had this description on his Twitter profile first of all. And then he removed it when people decided to look through his original Twitter account history, where he has very unflattering opinions such as, defending normalization of pedophilia is not the same as being a pedophile. Learn how to fucking read. And also, sure, but do we need to make a pedophile be synonymous with monster? A little bit too involved in defending pedophiles, I'd fucking say. I'm not surprised he deleted himself.
I wish he would delete himself.
I mean, considering, you know, his last set of tweets, it's not of the... That's not of the fucking... Are we back, chat? If this is live, do let me know. Because if we're back, we're back. Okay, we are back. I actually lost power for 1 whole second throughout the whole apartment. I need to get Proctor back because he's on another instance. Let me just hold on a moment. I need to get him back. Shit happens, unfortunately. Just a moment. I need to reactivate everything. Because everything just fucking died. The feds are so powerful. They decided to just fucking play with my breaker switch. Okay, let's get back to Discord. Okay, and we're back, I think.
I suppose so, although I don't see your reactive on the...
Yeah.
Yep, I can hear myself.
It also died, but let me get that bug up real quick. I think I can... Yeah, my power went out.
Wow.
Just for a second. One second was enough for it to go by. And I don't even know on what part we ended this thing. Let me get back on track, because this has never happened before.
This has never happened before, we swear. It's been really weird. The internet has been terrible everywhere for the last, like, 48 hours or so. Like, TVA's been down, Kirsch's stream was crapping the bed multiple times, all that kind of stuff. It's been really weird.
The last
Kiwi
time...
Farms went down.
The last time I actually lost power was many years ago, which is very strange, unusual. It happened at this point during such a sensitive stream too. Okay, where did I leave my shit up? And on which tweet at the same time? I really want to know.
It was the one about what is it like? It wasn't called conservative cope.
Was after right-wing cope.
Right-wing cope.
Yeah, I'm just gonna scroll really fast through them, and then we can move on. Because again, very weird things are happening. Yeah, and the internet has been terrible. Like, Twitter has been very slow. Even connecting to some websites beyond my local ones has been really slow. I imagine.
Yeah, somebody said
really...
the BGM is a little louder than your voice, than our voices, by the way.
Okay, I'm gonna listen then. Alright. I think that should be better. Okay, let me get back on track. And then hinged. Continue. Is that image? Hope the power doesn't go out again.
Is it like a regular thing?
No. Again, this has only happened to me like several years ago. So again, this is new. This is new for me. And this is the infamous thing that you referred to beforehand with Mudeng, the baby hippo. So for those that you don't know, chat, Mudeng is this baby hippo that has been very adorable on social media. Everyone loved it because, again, it looks kind of goofy, a little bit retarded, but people love animals like this, and it has become a social media star. And then they decided that they're gonna make this thing where they give Mudeng 2 bowls of food, and both of these bowls are gonna be marked with US election candidates. So one for Kamala Harris, one for President Trump, and Mudeng is gonna be predicting who's gonna win. The bowl that Mudeng is gonna go for is gonna be the next winner. Is going to be the next president of the United States. So Mudeng, being, you know, a fat fuck hippo, went for the closest bowl, which is which is
Donald Trump one,
which is Trump's, and Trump won. So now people that loved Mudeng decided to turn against him, and they post images like fucking this of a fucking hippo getting. Baby hippo getting destroyed by a alligator crocodile, probably because it's Africa. So yeah, they hate Mudeng now, unfortunately. Holy shit, these people. And here's Bint, because Bint has been very active throughout this whole thing. Like,
yes, the lovely Bint.
Like, it's not like he hasn't been active for the past few months. Like, every single day, Bint has something to say. My genuine suggestions: be kind to yourself. Log off if you need to. Work on yourself with whatever little power you have. Organize at the local level. Join your union. Don't give horrible assholes the satisfaction of giving in. As long as you exist, they
remain miserable. I love that. That's hilarious. Bint out there, as long as he exists, we are miserable. I feel so miserable every time I see Bint posting on Twitter.
I don't know,
it's
Bint
just such a strike to my heart.
Every time I see Bint, I'm happy I don't live such an existence. I would suggest all of these in any scenario. Electoral politics probably won't save you in America, where there have actually been gains in organizing. Unions have put real pressure on huge companies in the last 4 years. Also, yeah, online mega guys were just as miserable from 2017, 2020 as they always have been. Even their joys were always like, I bet AOC would be triggered by what I'm doing. As long as you exist and have happiness in your life, you're always gonna be insecure losers. Bint doesn't understand why Republicans won this election, because Republicans won on economical concerns. 51% on the exit polls. That's the issue that they won on. The Republicans didn't win, to shit on terminally online liberals although that is funny, I have to admit. You don't win elections on spite. It just doesn't work like that. Because, Bent, you have to understand that there are normal people out there with jobs, 9 to 5 sort of things, that they have to feed themselves and their families, and they don't have time like you do for these online shenanigans. They aren't going to be 24/7 online and looking for enemies to shit on. They have to work to do. And
it's also the memory, the whole... sorry to interfere, but
Sure.
it's also the whole memory of a goldfish problem, because, like, one of the things that it's almost to the point where I would legitimately, sincerely believe that this was some kind of... If it came out in, like, 5 or 6 years' time, that the Cheney family endorsing Kamala Harris was actually an incredibly in-depth psyop by, like, the Trump campaign to sabotage the Democrats, I would believe that. Because, like, not only did you have, like, the Cheney family coming out and saying, we endorse Kamala Harris because, she stands up against the evil fascist or whatever they wanted to call Trump at that particular moment. But they also said, we believe the Democratic Party aligns perfectly with our own particular brand of political worldviews. And it's just like, are you absolutely insane? Like, 20 years ago, or less than 20 years ago, Democrats were unironically comparing Dick Cheney to Hitler. The clips are still out there on the internet of liberal pundits saying that Dick Cheney is the new Adolf Hitler because of his policies in the Middle East. And then you have Liz Cheney, who refused to endorse LGBTQ rights, who turned on her own sister, who is a lesbian, who was so right-wing that she went against even gay marriage, something that even the Republican Party accepts. And then they have Liz Cheney and Kamala Harris being like, our ideals are democratically aligned. And then, that's another thing. This was right before the election night, I think, so it was very close, so it didn't really get the amount of coverage, but there was this whole thing of, like, the Democrats going after, like, I think it was, like, George Bush Jr., and asking him to endorse Kamala Harris, and then he refused to endorse Kamala Harris, and there was this whole spring of angry tweets saying, George Bush Jr. has finally shown his true colors by refusing to endorse Kamala Harris. And it's like, the guy was the Republican president for years, and you were calling him an evil monster! What are you talking about?
They're so up their own asses, it's incredible.
So insane. It's insane. The more you think about it, the more deranged it becomes.
Now, I bring you a short story about dispersion. Listen, Koshi, VTuber, on his cringe arc, part 37. He says, I interrupt my morning period to tell you I did the thing. Salute emoticon.
Cringe arc part 37. At least there's truth in advertising.
So let me get you the deets on this guy. His father unfortunately passed away a few days ago, and
oh no, I know this one. I didn't recognize him. I know this one.
He before that he made a lot of these wild anti-Trump tweets, which I didn't save, but those don't matter. Either way, his father passed away, and he said that he's gonna give himself time to mourn. Normal human things, right? But then, not even 2 days later, the election comes, and he interrupts his mourning to say that everyone that he voted. Okay, still kind of normal. But then he goes on around, fuck Trumpers, and all the actual bots in the comments. They either refuse or just don't care enough to listen. I did what's right for us all. And then he, I guess, mourns by looking at Zentraya's tits, staring disrespectfully. That morning shoot didn't fucking last long. And you had to see his message when his father passed away. He was like, Today I lost my rock. I don't know how I'm gonna recover from this. 2 days later, he behaves like this. So, how the fuck am I supposed to interpret this?
It's almost like I remember this meme from the the Dwarf Fortress community. I don't know if you have any idea about the game of Dwarf Fortress.
I do. It's amazing, amazingly.
Yeah,
hard
it's an amazing game. But I remember like for people like this, I remember an old description of how like the dwarven mood system worked. And it was like, dwarves are very strange creatures whose mood balances out at neutral, because on the one hand, their wife just got torn apart by elephants, but on the other hand, they ate at a really nice dining table.
Oh, that probably describes his attitude.
Exactly. It's like, oh yeah, my dad died, but on the other hand, I saw a great pair of tits today.
People.
Oh,
and of course there's been a lot of spurging about Rev, because Rev very outwardly endorsed his vote for Trump, and he had this to say: "We won, a reminder that you are not garbage, a bigot, a Nazi, or whatever these freaks threw at you. You love your country and want what's best for everyone. Be proud of that." Does this guy not realize that some of his American VTuber mods are most likely not going to have rights anymore?
Have rights anymore. Have you seen that? Have you seen that clip from like Hololive, where it's like Subaru, and like she mispronounces something, or it's like she makes a misquote, and she says something like "animal ears don't have human rights." It's like there's this whole skit of a bunch of like other Hololive characters that start calling in and going, "Well, I have animal ears, so apparently I don't have human rights any longer." That's just instantly what this reminds me of, in a completely unironic way.
And hyperbolic statements about women losing their rights in Trump's America. This guy really tried to convince people that the extent of his politics was anime girl eating hamburger. If this isn't mask off, I don't know what is. I don't know. I don't know about that one, buddy. More. Mama Remedy, Blue Tuber, whatever that means. Genuinely, if you think this is something you can make light of with impunity in any way, like a lot of people you know and probably support you, aren't looking forward to potentially suffering the most terrifying 4 years of their lives to date, you're scum. That's it. I'm really too tired and sick to be sitting here explaining tact and implications, exacerbating anxiety and depression, and caring about what you say and how it affects others and general humanity or empathy as a fucking social media influencer.
Oh, they're a social media influencer. Yeah, that's such an amazing influencer with 585 views on the first tweet and then 175 views on the second.
Again, some people should have never gotten any sort of attention because it really gets to their head. Figure it out yourself. And if you think this because
Educate yourself.
Indeed. And if you think because you live somewhere else, you can point your sticky little finger and snicker about your misfortune, you're going to feel the effects of it in due time. I promise you. No one needs to have their faces rubbed into the fact family and neighbors either want them dead or definitely do not care if they live or die, or just have resigned them to stop being stripped of human rights, dignity, or life. But haha, so stupid. It's funny, right? Right? Yeah, haha, so stupid. It is. This is over-dramatized, over-importance, and everything over the top in a series of 4 posts on Twitter. This is a person that thinks too much, too highly of themselves, that's one thing, and over-exaggerates the whole situation. Because Trump has been the president 4 years before and nothing happened. Because nothing ever fucking happens. And nothing will happen again. God damn it. So, Mama Remedy, I'm gonna take you to task in those 4 years. If something indeed does happen, I will return all the honor to you. But before that, just please, fucking please,
Somebody in chat just said, this girl sounds like a female Makoto Lich going on about fruit. You will feel misfortune.
Makoto Lich is also in my screenshots, by the way. He also got involved.
Oh no.
Everyone is here. Like I said on TVA, it's like Super Smash Brothers for retards. Everyone is here during this election season. And here's Toledo, my favorite quote-unquote news VTuber that likes to misconstrue people as racists because he saw out-of-context screenshots and then never corrected himself even when he was told to do so. And thusly, people like Mari _ fucking Ian got shit because he decided to, be due diligent. Had this to say. Shit's absolutely wild. Tons of angry shit I could say, but my heart goes out to women, trans people, and all the LGBTQ+, Hispanic people, Palestinians, Ukrainians, Muslims, POC, plus countless lives / identities out there. They failed, y'all. Regardless, I love my friends and community. Good night. This is so fucking reductive. Among these groups of people, there are individuals that have voted for Trump. God damn it! Are those the people that failed? Are they not people that should consider people at this point?
Yeah, I think there was like a lesbian couple that publicized that they had voted for Trump, and like they were like the nicest thing that I saw anybody saying to them was, "Why are you voting for the party that will deport you and separate you forcibly the moment they come into power?"
Sure, they will.
Like, what?
Everything's so over dramatized and like theatrical. It's just so silly. And then again, I had to include some miscellaneous tweets of people being unhinged because they're so fucking good. The election has officially been called. Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States of America. The battle is over. And there's a Dragon Ball video with Super Saiyan Gene Gohan blowing up Cell with his one-handed Kamehameha. And here's Makoto Lich, our man of the hour, saying, "You fucking retarded."
That's pretty rich coming from him.
But it's not over. Yes, I'm retarded posting a meme. LOL, makes sense. Yeah, congrats on celebrating a bigot, racist, homophonic.
Homophonic. He really, really hates musical instruments.
Homophonic pedo being put back into office. That's also rich coming from this guy calling others bigots and racist, where he came on your forum and called people the N-words and worse things. Like, come on, dude. Like,
yes, my highly diverse forum full of Latinos, Southeast Asian people, Indians, etc.
Jesus. Oh, I voted for him. I didn't know that, lol, but okay. Ignorant ass motherfucker. Do us a favor and shut the fuck up. Last thing we need is a racist criminal supporting people like you. Cop Carter, the corner is waiting for you. It is. Because he's gonna sit in that cuck chair forever. Because Fruit will never notice him. And again, some of you maybe have seen this, and I said this on Twitter. People genuinely wish a third party candidate of Jill Stein to be murdered. Because, why the hell not?
Yeah, because it was down. Like, how much of the vote did Jill Stein even receive? Like, under 1 or 2%?
Very little. Even if all the people that voted Jill Stein decided to vote Kamala, it wouldn't be nearly enough to make any change to anything. So no.
Yeah, she got. I just googled it. She got 0 electoral votes. She got 630,000 votes.
Yep, that's a nothing. That's a nothing compared to anything.
0.4.
Wouldn't have made any difference to anything. But yeah, let's read some of these lovely tweets. Any of you fuckers who voted for Jill Stein instead of Kamala, I hope you fucking kill yourself. A deeply unserious account trying to defend people who voted Jill Stein. Kill yourself, actually. Kill Jill Stein. Jill Stein voters can kill themselves. Triple heart emoji. Quadruple heart emoji. Jill Stein, kill yourself. For the future assassin of America. Please kill Jill Stein. People are so fucking terrible. Jesus.
And also something that's quite interesting as well, just looking over this vote stuff, is that California, although it's only 50% reported, Donald Trump currently has 40% of the vote in California.
How much of it? 40%?
40% of the 54% reported votes.
Next.
I mean, Kamala still won by over 17 points, but that is absolutely insane.
Oh, red wave coming to California next time. Is it that Harris is a woman? Is the misogyny that deep in America? Says Michael J. Stern. A blackish woman? A blackish woman?
A blackish woman? Blackish woman?
Blackish. And there's a racist misogynist out the ass in this country. Yeah, you're probably one of them. Blackish woman.
Alexander House just said in chat, she is whatever shade of black or brown that's convenient for the moment.
Blackish woman.
I love the whole, like, oh, America is just too racist to elect a black woman. Hello, who was Obama again? How many terms did he get elected to? You remind me what Obama's polling during his second term in office was? You know, wasn't that like the greatest Democrat landslide in history?
Sure was.
These people just have memories of goldfish.
I like when people begin posts like this. I don't usually get political on here, but this is how I feel.
But
shove off, you voted for the Cheeto dusted guinea pig wearing treasonous car. Wow, that's fucking thesaurus. They busted out the fucking dictionary for that one. Treasonous cur. I'm gonna be making them walk the plank, maybe. Treasonous cur.
You scurvy dog.
Scurvy dog. I don't want to hear it from anyone who is for Trump. It's been years of hateful rhetoric spewed day after day. Go troll somewhere else. I mean, the rhetoric has been spewed against Trump, so I do agree. I do agree 100%. Fuck you and worship... you and worshipping racist, homophobic, transphobic, xenophobic, white supremacist piece of shit. LMAO, I hope that a lot of you fry. Listening to Stardew music to make the pain go away.
Infantile coping mechanism.
And here's some Reddit posts because they were unhinged. r/suicide watch. If Kamala doesn't win, I'm gonna kill myself. Just another reason to do it. I've been watching the polls for the last few hours and I just want to puke. I know it isn't final, but I'm so scared. If that man wins, my life is over. My parents have made it clear they voted for Trump, and my dad even excitedly told me about how the gas prices are going to be lower. That's great, dude. The dread is building in my chest, and I'm so fucking scared for my life, my future. I don't know what I'm going to do. Get off the internet, touch some grass, talk to a therapist. Because you shouldn't be posting about killing yourself, because fucking Orange Man. Here's another Niji sister. Seeing the third-party votes frustrates the fuck out of me, and I ain't even American. Like, that's basically the same as not voting. ATP. Here's Tessa, my favorite pedophile defender for money. The sun will rise and I'll wake knowing that survival is resistance. It compels me to thrive and inspire as many as I can. If I return to dust on my own terms, I simply must exist, serve cunt,
What?
Silly.
What the?
And my daijobuist for the people I love.
What the hell even is that supposed to mean? I simply must exist to serve cunt?
It's a girl boss expression, you wouldn't get it.
I would bloody well hope so. What is it about all this kind of girl boss nonsense is that when you dig down it's like parody. Like it's like a man got these women together. It's like one of those jokes where, you know, you have like somebody who speaks a foreign language and people convince them that a whole load of really rude words are actual like normal conversation things that normal people with that language say. It's like how does a woman look at this and be like, ah yes, this pussy hat is exactly how I express my power and my independence.
I don't know. There are a lot of women that are activists out there that they show off their body parts as if it's some sort of statement of resistance, and I do not understand nudity as that. Is it empowering for some reason? Is it artistic? It's certainly autistic, but I don't know about the other things. It just seems crude and unnecessary to me, but again, that's just me. You're a VTuber. I didn't follow you for your political views. Shut the fuck up. Genuinely, my friends, humans' rights and lives are at stake. I may promote myself as a cute little dragon VTuber, but so help me God, I would drop it and all for my loved ones. Fuck your immersion. Holy shit, hold up. I messed up. I turned it off.
Oh dear.
Okay, let's scroll through this real quick. It sometimes happens when I have too many screenshots, it just turns itself off for whatever reason. But yeah,
it's trying to save you from the cringe.
Yeah, we still have 80 of those to go through, unfortunately. Or fortunately, depending on how funny they are, and a lot of them are very funny, but yeah, like, how can you just, you know, with a full-on puffed-up chest say that you're an activist and you do it in a heartbeat, but you won't do it, and instead you decide to promote yourself on your VTuber account instead? Don't understand that whatsoever. And the funny part is, or maybe the unfortunate part about it is, like, hundreds of screenshots like this, and there's more people, you know, having these opinions even worse than this as we're having this stream. It's just so bad. And then they got this reply: womp womp. None of the femboy community accepts you, and you're living in a delusional state of mind.
The femboy community.
Not even from America, you would never get it. Grow up and seek help. Your emotional immaturity is actually so laughable. Yeah, right, I'm more accepted here than any other femboy community. Let me know when any form of success works out for you. I'm dying to know. You're so gross.
Random drive-by Pippa. I'm trying to think about how on earth a femboy community would even work. Like, do they have... Are there special rankings among them?
Listen,
like,
the last time I encountered anything that had to do with the femboy community, I discovered a den of groomers telling kids to showcase their body parts on Twitter. And I got 20 of their accounts. And I got 20 of their fucking accounts suspended on Twitter because every single account I went to is some 13 or 13-year-old fucking boy showing off their fucking body parts to fucking adults on Twitter. And nobody fucking did a thing for months with this.
No,
this is retarded. Again, just getting heated just thinking about it.
Yeah, an armchair expert here says you can measure how suited someone is to content creation based on how much of their hypothetical PR person's job would just be telling them to shut up.
If they only had those PR people, actually, but they don't. That's the thing. And none of them think they need them, whereas they do.
It's also egotistical. It's like, I'm so profoundly glad that I have like 3 or 4 decent people that I can go to every time I feel in a huff about something and go, guys, should I post this? And they're usually like, no, don't post it. Or at the very least, like, wait 10 minutes and see how you feel. Like,
yeah,
it's not difficult. You don't need a PhD.
Yeah, there's drafts. You don't always have to click send the moment you send something. Check what you wrote. And check the implications of what you wrote. Yeah, like this might actually impact my rights as a trans person. This is more than just having a political opinion. People's rights are at stake right now. I'm glad to know the entire US isn't out to get me. No, they aren't. It's all in your head. Oh, and this is the politics VTuber coping arc. This is the whole thing that I really enjoyed from this person. As they reply to Hasanabi. I don't want to say I told you so, but this run to the moderates looks like a spectacular failure. Lethal military, muscular border policy, and parodying Liz Cheney didn't swing votes in Dem's favor and only worked to normalize Republican positions. And the reply is, broski, don't forget we're still in the thick of the red mirage right now. Wait for the blue shift.
Blue shift.
Yeah, good Half-Life expansion, by the way. You should play it before passing judgment.
Yeah, I think that was at 4:44 a.m. on today, and like even by then, no, that was a bit too early, but.
This
like,
is 3 a.m. your time, which is...
Yeah, when did CNN, like, call the race for Trump?
At, like, 9 a.m. my time, which is 8 a.m. your time.
Yeah, so it was about 5 or 6 hours after that. And you know, that's the thing. That so many people were saying, oh, I predict that Trump will win, but it's going to take them, like, 2 or 3 weeks to figure it out, because it's going to be a really close run thing. It's like, we know how this happened like last time. We know that it took weeks and weeks, and then it went to the Supreme Court. You know, I think that Trump will win this time, and they won't be, you know, the margin will be a lot more in his favor, but they're still going to be poking down the back of like the sofa to see if they can find ballots and so on. Like, no. We've already reached the point where I don't think there are physically enough voters left in all of America to swing this back in Kamala's favor.
Unless, you know, they find those 20 million ballots.
Yeah, exactly. They need to wake up those 20 million Democrats that have just been... it's a very, very, very long weekday for them, okay?
That's going to be a lot
really
of grave
tired
digging.
at work.
A lot of grave digging to do to get those votes. It's a lot of grave digging. Though I agree that was terrible strat by the Dems to do that, and then the coping starts. You still think we have a shot? Absolutely! Don't forget what it looked like during this time in 2020. And they post about the comeback victory during 2020 elections. I keep seeing people freaking out right now over people who voted for Stein because Trump is currently winning some states by a handful of votes. Please don't be stupid. Please don't get amnesia about the red mirage. We're in the thick of it. First the red mirage happens, then the blue shift. Remember, the mail-in ballots are always overwhelmingly blue. Please remember that not all the votes have been counted. And please remember not to shame people for voting for their conscience. That's something I can at least agree with. People who voted for Stein or any other third party are people who were disenfranchised by the main two parties. The main two candidates failed to get the votes of these people. It's the candidates' fault, not the people's. Obama is literally saying here what I've been saying all night. It's not over until every vote is counted. The media doesn't decide elections, votes do.
Oh yeah, that person has just said, Yeah, that person has a more recent tweet. I think like an hour ago.
What did they say?
Yeah, they say, Welp, as of an hour ago, Harris has conceded the election. Time to prepare to resist authoritarian rule. The world is about to go to shit. Senate looks to be lost. The House may go with it. We literally have the party that promised dictatorships and concentration camps, controlling all 3 branches of government. I held out optimism until the very end. Unfortunately, it was not enough. At this point, we prepare to resist. Through information spreading, through protest, should things get bad enough, through other means as well.
It's like this person is sitting in a bunker in like a 1944 occupied Warsaw.
You know it's their parents' basement. That bunker is a pillow fort in their parents' basement.
But they talk as if they're like some kind of freedom fighter that is like a veteran of how many like skirmishes that they managed to live through. Like, come on, it's so dramatic.
It was really funny that I remember in my parents' generation, there was something called like Last Man on Earth syndrome, which is like the idea that like during the Cold War, there were a whole bunch of survivalists who prepared their entire lives for nuclear Armageddon. They built like bunkers, they bought gold bullion, you know, they trained extensively with rifles and survivalist techniques and everything. And like when to those people, the most traumatic event of their entire lives was the collapse of the Soviet Union.
Yeah, they couldn't integrate back into society.
Yeah, they had to integrate back into society, and a whole bunch of them just completely went mental and fell to pieces over it. And that's the sad thing. These are that version of the last man on Earth. The last V-Twitter on Earth.
Except on the internet, where there's millions of people like them.
Yeah, they physically can't function without the idea of this nightmarish fascistic government that's lurking behind every single shadow. Without that, they just have to confront the reality that their lives are completely empty and meaningless.
And to this person, this very overtly dramatic person, Frieren is my wife. At Maga Frieden responded.
I mean, he's not all bad.
And the votes have decided LMFAO, really, because they're really being they're still being counted by Trump. Loser. The only loser was Kamala Harris and her merry band of racist, fascist, communist, anti-American scum. That's a lot of words to say. You have literally no clue what you're talking about. Remind me who promised to be dictator day one. Terminate the Constitution, use the Act to establish literal concentration camps for the Japanese during World War II? Well, it wasn't Trump for sure. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about here. Lost their train of thought a bit. Well, here's a small essay that they wrote. To the trans people who follow me, I've been seeing a lot of talk of KYS from trans people tonight. So listen to what I have to say before you make any rash decisions. 1. It took literally days for the winner to be announced in 2020. This time will likely be no different. The media projects a winner. It doesn't declare a winner.
This aged like milk in a thunderstorm.
That's for the votes to decide. Votes are still being counted. We are currently in the phase of the blue shift.
Oh, yes.
2. Trump has never won a popular vote. Well, not until today.
Not until today!
Why would tonight be any different, especially after he spent 4 years
hemorrhaging support? What kind of world do these people live in?
Number 3, even on the off chance that he wins, he will need everyone to march against him. That includes you. If you aren't going to march for yourself, march for those you care about. You will need revolutionaries, not bodybuilders. Good Jesus. I mean, let's say there's an armed resistance movement. Do these people think they're gonna win and not be body bags? Like at that point, like seriously?
It's like the stone toss thing. The trans brigade has sustained 41% casualties before engaging the enemy.
I mean, that's literally what this person is talking about here. It's the stone toss comic. Jesus Christ. If you're reading this, then I know that you have to found at least one other trans friend or friend in the LGBT plus community that you care about. Don't let the prospect of your pain cause you to abandon them. Take a deep breath. Things aren't over yet. As long as we are here to have hope and fight for what we know is right, it's never over. However, until then, relax and have faith. Things will be okay. While I do agree the election is going by very quickly, everyone who's reporting it seems pretty confident on the results. At this point, why should we assume that there's a possibility of a red mirage? Because it took literal days for votes to be tallied up in 2020 and a winner to be declared. Yeah, because but COVID was a concern back then, not now. Like I said, Trump has never won a popular vote. Republicans haven't won one since 2004, if memory serves. There's no reason to freak out until the actual office announcement. The media only has projections. This is something unrelated, but this is very related. Donald Trump's grim LGBTQ+ views explored. Could he reverse hard-won civil rights? Asks Pink News. To that show asks, what rights LGBT doesn't have? They have every rights just like every other person, and they get the following answer: eat shit, pig. Very moderate, very reasonable. And this is this profile of Liv Harris, president. We are not going back. Where would you go back? That's my question. Like, where do you come from, and where are they gonna send you back? I don't get it. And there's more of this by Lakota man who is more neck than head. by the profile picture. Do not concede, Kamala. Demand the recount. Something's not right. Again, they're just like Republicans in 2020. Exact same shit. And a little bit more Reddit to spice things up. Damn, y'all, maybe we really did steal the election 2020. I'm so fucking embarrassed right now.
It's so beautiful. It's so
beautiful. I'd like to direct you to the name of this person. Bathtub Toaster Party. It's gonna need it. We're gonna need it after all of this. Oh, a real bathtub toaster party. I feel you. Me and all my friends made a pact to write Bernie on our ballot because it was supposed to be a landslide victory. This wasn't supposed to happen. I feel like an idiot. Don't blame yourself. There's millions of other voters. Remember the red mirage.
Oh, the red mirage! Such a beautiful, beautiful.
Meanwhile, in the camp of Trump and Vance, here's a black woman hugging a white woman. Racism much? Like, where is it? Like, where are those all of these white supremacists? I remember,
like a day or two ago, there was a guy on YouTube who was an Asian. He wasn't a US citizen, but he was visiting from an Asian country. And he put out a YouTube video saying that he went to like a Trump and a Kamala rally because he wanted to see what both were like. And he said that everybody at the Kamala rally, or all of his friends, said, don't go to the Trump rally. Like, those are armed, dangerous fascists, okay? If they see a Chinese person or an Asian person in their midst, you have no idea what they're going to do. Your life is going to be in your hands if you go to that Trump rally. And he said, I went to that Trump rally, and everybody was extremely nice and really, really pleasant to me at all times.
Because normal people aren't on the internet.
Exactly.
And here's an account that they also like I came across, and I had to screenshot like a story in 3 parts. It's a gimmick account starting in like 2022, I believe, that essentially listed all of Kamala Harris's political wins, if you want to call them that.
It didn't have many tweets then.
Kamala wins tweets this: breaking in the first suburb of Georgia to cross 90% reporting. Kamala Harris is running 7 points ahead of President Biden. This is huge. Next tweet: breaking, a crucial county, Fayette County GA, has counted nearly all of the votes and shows Donald Trump losing in comparison to 2020. This is huge. And the final tweet from this account ever: breaking, the other team has more electoral votes. Oh no, we lost. Last tweet ever.
Oops. Oops. I think there was also a bunch of I think that they had a whole Discord server, like the Kamala campaign had a whole Discord server where they were like planning everything, and then like before the election had even been called, they just deleted it, all of it, the entire thing.
Yeah, they didn't say goodbye, and Kamala didn't even come to address anything that they lost. They just kind of wrapped everything up, like, and get the fuck out of public spaces, and that was it. And this account, I don't know if this account is trolling or just insane, but it's really something, so I'm gonna read all of this. I am not sorry for being political on here, as it's been like that for a long time now, but I'm sorry if my constant posting tonight has been a downer on your mood. Shit is bleak, I can't lie. Then I just try to sleep it off and get on with my life starting tomorrow. Nothing matters except Trump winning for everyone on this platform that was siding with him. It was all about retaliation for those guys, so I'm wondering how they're gonna like it when nothing comes up about it. It's a media circus for 4 years instead of the shit that he's promised. All of those proposed tax cuts, all pro-American worker shit, it's not gonna happen. And if it does, I guarantee it won't be for the benefit of the average mega voter. Y'all-handed famous billionaire asshole who's blatantly against the interests of the American people in favor of continuing his and his own ilk's already disgusting wealth. And think you're getting a slice of pie is just delusional at this point. Again, all of these things can happen. A lot of things can happen in 4 years, but then this guy had more to say, because it's just got a little more mentally ill. Here's to 4 years of being the laughingstock of the world. Oh, I'm sorry, United States. You do not need Trump to be the laughingstock of the world. It has been like this for decades. People have been laughing at you constantly. You don't need Trump for this. You do this very well on your own. Signed, non-American.
Oh, there's this. This one. I'll just send this to you. I'm not sure if you can put it on screen.
I
given
can.
your setup.
If it's a screenshot, I can.
I'm afraid. Yeah, I'll show it to you as a screenshot. Give me just 1 second.
Okay. It's gonna drag it.
This is a beautiful one. Oh, the satisfaction.
Oh, it's my favorite woman lover. It's woman lover extraordinaire. Oh oh shit, that's a little bit too small. Hold up. Well, I'm gonna do something else with this. A small tweak for a small person. Just screenshot this.
I'll get this a bigger screenshot for you.
No need. I got it.
Actually, this is.
I'm dragging it this way. Okay, there it is. Let's see. Joe Cat, follow me on Blue Sky. It's the most unfair thing that you have to keep fighting. But I beg you, please be brave, please be safe, please try to survive. These are these people like in the Hunger Games or something? Like, no, you aren't. You aren't playing a you aren't playing a fucking video game where you run from people to survive.
Oh, and
this
here's the like
battle
there's
royale.
Is this the next one? And then there's a shot and a chaser version of them.
All right, 2 more then. Hold up. Bunch of silly fucking people. There's this one. What did he say here? If Kamala wins, I will make guides to Pathfinder. Oh, not many guides are gonna be made then. And then...
No, oh no, don't worry, don't worry.
And then the other one... I'll make them anyway. Guy really likes Pathfinder, I guess. Even a crushing loss cannot stop him from making Pathfinder guides.
I remember Pathfinder when Pathfinder was cool. Now Pathfinder is like almost as polished as regular Dungeons and Dragons. It's really depressing.
Never played the tabletop, but I'm familiar with the system. It's quite fun. But let's continue with Mr. Tippity with the Shinobu avatar. You gotta keep your head held high in the face of adversity, or else all of this shit means nothing. All LGBT people are all trans people, all women, all minorities. There's just another unnecessary bump in the road. We'll get through this just like we did last time, so don't give up now.
Yeah, notice how it's like all LGBT people, all trans people, all women, all minorities,
all
just automatically assuming them that they will be Democrat no matter what.
All people that hold my opinion. And then he retweets this. That ugly Republican white boy should have better aim. Again, because these people are bloodthirsty as hell. And then he just completely lost his mind and... I need to jerk off so bad, dude. This is getting ridiculous. Fuck you, dirty taco guzzling El Cucaracha Mariachi. Ay, border hopping candle fugs. Democrats, ladies and gentlemen, or trolls, but Democrats have already said this.
Hate. I'm hate gooning so hard right now.
Holy shit.
How can you take any of these people seriously?
This has been a wonderful... Oh, there's Senk Yuger. I had to include him because he's Senk Yuger. And he wanted to fuck a horse. You think Trump is going to win easy tomorrow because everyone of you know on X is on his side. You've got a rude awakening coming to you tomorrow. The real world ain't X. Oof.
Wasn't it Hassan Piker who wanted to have the horses to amorously engage with the horses?
Yeah, but Senk was all about that too. He was very happy to talk about that story. So both of them have some unhealthy attachments to fucking horses.
Okay, I was told I got something on Twitter.
This one, you just have to experience this one. My whole family ain't vote. We ain't feel it. We starting to regret it now. My mama crying. Okay, first of all, y'all are so rude. Second, I talked to my mom and she fine now and we just gone next year. Sorry for not voting. Hashtag Kamala 2025. Okay, so apparently it's not every year. It's every 4 years? Anyway, we're voting for Kamala. Fuck Trump. Fuck Biden. Hashtag Kamala 2028. It has to be a fucking troll because of the levels of fucking illiteracy and ignorance are fucking
You know,
Unreal.
I remember when Twitter first came out, and right before Twitter came out and got popular, I followed a whole bunch of people. I enjoyed a whole bunch of people's work, and like the reason I never made a Twitter account way back then is that I just got very rapidly used to all of the people that I liked having a Twitter account and just revealing themselves to be the most pathetic people imaginable. And I only really follow like 1 or 2 people from that era of content creation who just learned to shut up and say nothing. And I think this is a great example of it right here, the thing that I just sent you.
Okay, let's see before we continue. The next one. Oh, of course he had something to say. Why wouldn't he? Jacksepticeye says, just woke up and saw the news. I really thought she had it. Can't believe people would rather vote for a talking blister template. I mean, at least a creative insult to a degree. I give him that. But yeah, some people really need to learn to shut up before they wreck themselves eventually. Let's move on with this one. Please keep the "we survived him once, we'll do it again" tweets in the drafts before you yet delete them. Millions of people did not in fact survive him, and millions more will not survive him again. Is there gonna be another COVID? I live in NC and my sister does not have school today or yesterday because in 2016 people hung nooses at neighboring schools. It's cool that you feel chill, but this is a 5-alarm fire for many of us. I have to say this, if this actually happened in real life, there would be stories about this blared like every single fucking where. The mainstream media would never shut up about this, but this is the first time I hear about this at fucking all. Again, I might be wrong, but find me this story. This must have been like frontline fucking front page news. I do not fucking believe this. Nooses everywhere. Millions of dead. And millions gonna be dead again, apparently, somehow.
Millions?
I don't know how these people tally up these numbers. I don't think Americans need people from other countries calling us idiots or we're doing what we're doing when a lot of us are fighting for our rights and literally dreading this election outcome. Please remember to be kind. I don't know. Going to sign a piece of paper isn't that much fighting, I'd have to say. It's generally a good idea to stay away from politics. For what reason? Potentially upsetting someone? I fucking love VTubers. Ballot
I sent
box.
you another.
Okay, let's get what you have. Oh yeah, I saw this one, but I didn't screenshot it. Got damn more material. Okay, this one before we move on to the other one. My content is for queers, plus size, POC, disabled individuals, etc. And I myself am queer, plus size, and POC. I wouldn't have guessed. By the name V Chunky, I wouldn't have guessed. This will be my only political post. If you ever voted for Trump, you voted against everything I stand for: queer rights, women's rights, POC rights, etc. Fuck you. You can't say you love me when you didn't even vote to support me.
This is one of the stupidest. Yeah, exactly. And the insanity of it all is, oh, this will be my only political post, but their entire thing is political. Their entire account is a giant, like, trans, rainbow, flag, POC, disabled, all this kind of nonsense. Your very existence is inherently political.
I just like that being fat is a political statement now. I love that. I love that being fat is something you can advocate for. And people are gonna clap for you. Oh, you're fat, I'm sorry, plus size, then, well, congratulations, like you're so fucking special, and you'll die by 40. Holy shit. Clown world. Wait, I need to zoom in. Okay, that's some kind of doll there. I thought it was a furry. That would be even funnier if it was a furry, but it's not a furry.
Like the whole V Chunky thing, I am just waiting for the Google Docs to drop on that group because my
that's a group.
It is. It's a group. Look them up. Go and look them up. That was something I covered on a stream like a month or two ago.
Chunky. I can't. Chunky. Ballot boxes were burned. You mean ballot boxes? Ballot boxes. Ballet boxes.
I sent you the showcase, by the way.
Oh no, I can show this. I don't think I can show this. Oh, what the flying fuck? This is like an adult baby. Like, holy shit! What is this?
It literally is just a diaper asset away from being an ABDL character.
I can show this because it shows too much skin for you to.
Yeah.
Ballet boxes were burned. Yes, ballet boxes, not ballot boxes. Ballet boxes were burned. Votes in Nevada being rejected because the signatures. You can't tell me that this election wasn't rigged. There's so many sus things happening. There's still hope. A little bit, but it's hope because
am I able to? I can link. It's a public Twitter account. It's not even censored, so I can probably link it in your chat. Although I don't know if I'm.
Do it.
I'm not sure if this will be like filtered. It'll probably be filtered, but maybe you can
try. Because that is something to look at. That's for sure. Such a pretty model.
Nah, I got filtered. I can see that the chat moving and it didn't show.
Okay, I'm gonna screenshot a little bit of it. Just a little bit. The thing that doesn't show his enormous tits. That's what I'm gonna do. and I'm gonna show it like that. This is what we're talking about here, chat. This is a V Chunky representative.
It only gets worse from there, trust me.
I would like to propose that Pippa get a model like this because there's already bunny ears on it. Pippa, please, if you stumble upon this stream at some point in time, please get a model like this. I'm gonna pay you to.
I do not endorse this.
I'd pay.
I do not endorse this idea.
Oh shit.
Kirsha, though. I mean,
with this model, okay. Here.
No, please, I'm joking. I swear.
Oh, okay. Ballet boxes were burned. That's a tweet. We saw this one. There's some repeats here. And here's like a trifecta of political opinions, all atop of each other. Turnout in Philadelphia looks amazing for Democrats. Michigan is on pace to beat turnout records. Something is happening. The momentum is palpable right now. Momentum, sorry, is palpable right now for Trump. The surge is happening. I hit a Jill Stein voter with my car when I left the polls. Jesus Christ, these people. Like, imagine yourself being Jill Stein. You're running to change the country to make people's lives better, and everyone wants to kill you because you decided to take part in it. Poor fucking woman. Jesus Christ. And here's Mana replying to that last tweet that Ref has been put over the coals over for. LMFAO, this motherfucker complaining about me last year for talking about politics when he's butt buddies with actual fucking Nazis. LMAO. Again, who are these Nazis, mama? Because you've been buddies with people that actually wanted to torture war prisoners. And you endorsed this, by the way. More replies to this. I think what blows my mind is more that if he fails to realize the party he loves so much is running on banning his beloved lollipop, literally cutting one's noose off to spite their own face. I'll be...
Oh yes, government bans of internet content that has worked so well and so efficiently in the past.
Yeah, the government banning porn in general, that has worked wonders over the years. And not to mention, what this person is mentioning here is Project 2025. A project that has been live since 1981 and has never gotten traction because it's so fucking stupid and unhinged. And now they're afraid of it because Trump in the White House. This is their boogeyman for this election. Project 2025. And there's more mana spurging. Their successor isn't better. He's a scumbag Zionist just like them. At least we know who we're dealing with. With a heathen. We're dealing with an openly racist fucker. Not some virtue signaling shit-stained rebel who are covert about their racism. I can agree with that because Mana hates liberals. She's a fucking... She's more left-wing than the most left-wing person that you know. She hates liberals to death. More. Don't you blame us? Nah, we will. And Mana replies, maybe stop being a bitch and blaming others for your lack of political will. And there's more mana spurging now to that cosplayer. That Asuka cosplayer. I'm married already, LMAO. And here's the most cat fucking lady reply she could muster. In a few years, you'll become washed up and divorced like Lauren Southern. LMFAO. She's so fucking petty, it's glorious. And this is her Discord, by the way. You have to understand that her Discord was really coping and seething as well. Don't worry, non-Americans. We don't want you feeling left out, so we'll bring the America to you. Literally this. On one hand, I'm kind of happy that I don't live in America. On the other hand, America has the world's superpower. Everything that happens in America will have reverberations all over the world. So the Supreme Court, Congress, Senate, and the presidents are all conservative, super mega cooked. Literally this one, on the hand, I'm kind of happy I don't live in America. Yeah, this is gonna be rough for us in the Philippines and Indonesia. I think someone on your forum had a very good reply to this. Something about Indonesia genociding people to make room for like other ethnicities to live there. And yes, American politics are going to affect that for sure.
Yeah, I think they said basically that like liberals are the same everywhere. That they want intervention. They want there to be a liberal America because then they want America to intervene in their country and bring all the liberal stuff to them.
So that involves genociding people that they don't like. I got it.
Shh. Those people did really bad things, okay? just don't talk about it. Just don't ask about it. It's like how every single Slav in the world is an extremely peaceful and loving person.
Yes, stop noticing.
It's just that other Slav over there that is not peaceful and loving, and therefore this Slav needs to kill them all. Otherwise, he can't be peaceful and loving.
Lost complete faith in my country tonight. Laughing, clapping emoji, I guess. Looking at the tallies makes me sick, and I'm a complete loss for words. Stay safe, y'all. Oh, here's my favorite. I'm your new cozy streamer. Virtue signaling Aurora.
Oh,
Maki.
Aurora. Oh, I've seen her on my timeline several times.
Every single time she makes a tweet that isn't showing her ass or her tongue is stupid shit like this. Like, she has 2 modes and none of them are interesting. I feel
Why is it
legitimately
always
broken.
the horror tubers?
I feel legitimately broken and sick this morning. I don't know, y'all. How the fuck? And back to Reddit. Back to Reddit. Election. This election generally makes me want to kill myself. LMAO, my basic human rights might be taken away. I'm so scared and horrified. But that's the LMAO. He's going to win and I won't be alive to see it happen. Oh, giving up so early, I see. I think it's clear that Trump is going to win the presidency. Even if he doesn't win any state. What? Even if he doesn't win any states, the ones he's leading give him enough votes to win the electoral. I can't believe people actually want 4 more years of what the fucker put us through. Now, he has an actual plan in Project 2025. And he'll be let the entire country do shit. I want to be alive when that happens. Once I wake up tomorrow morning, I immediately kill myself. I don't know how I'll do it, but I'd rather be dead than have to suffer under this cunt wipe. Been been fought free for 2 years. This election broke it. What do you mean? You've been mindless for 2 years? Is that what I'm supposed to take out of it?
I'll be right back, by the way.
Sure. I keep a journal of every suicidal thought I have. Dusted it off tonight. Man, I don't really want to live through another Trump presidency. I want to die if Trump wins. I don't want to live in this world if he wins. I have no hope left in the goodness of people. Here's a guy that came to me on my Twitter account not too long ago, tried to gaslight people about pedophilia. A real class act, by the way. I'm tired of being nice. I'm tired of being accommodating to all sides when all other sides aren't accommodating. If you're my mutual and you voted for the felon, hit me with the block/unblock so I unfollow you. Or DM me so I can follow you myself. You're so lazy. Do everything yourself. There's so much for your own good as mine. It's hard to get a whole lot more political around here, and you're not going to like it. Bro, being on here is unironically making me lose my cool and making me anxious. I might take a day break. Please make sure to take care of yourselves. It's okay to cry. If you throw up, drink some water. If you're anxious, disconnect for a bit. It's gonna be okay. How do these people go through life when they have panic attacks because of things like this? Like, if they meet any adversity, like any real adversity in their lives, like any opposition, how do they deal with it? If online things that do not touch them physically to this degree make them feel like this. And here's something I really fucking enjoyed. This Christian VTuber has been trolling people for the past, like, at least a month. And now they just went haywire. And people just lost their shit. As a Hispanic/Latina, not Latinx, I'm so thankful to have Trump as my president. Stop murdering babies and get men out of women's sports bathrooms. It's time to get America back on track. Make America great again. I hope you never find peace, you disgraceful, disgusting piece of trash.
It's like all of these Democrats suddenly realize, oh wait, Latin Americans have an overwhelming shift towards right-wing Christianity. Oh wow.
Wow, that's a surprise that they didn't expect. Here's something you need to add as a new emote to the TVA, by the way. It's too good not to add. It's our friend Nolan Crush. I'm a bisexual leftist. Of course, I'm scared and crying.
Ah, yes, the legendary Nolan Crush.
Everything he says is some kind of gold. Very quotable person.
He is an extremely quotable person.
Women and minorities are losing their rights. Nolan most effective. This is all I want to say regarding last night. If you contributed to the result or otherwise pleased with it, I do not want your support. Thank you for your understanding. And this one is actually fucking serious because this is all mainstream media's fault. This is being the first thing I was told on the suicide hotline is generally disturbing. We're sorry for the wait. We're experiencing high demand for LGBTQI+ support and are connecting you to a national crisis counselor. You are doing this to these people. You are indoctrinating them to a cult of doom. And mainstream media is just helping you with it. None of these people would have these thoughts if you didn't put it in their heads.
I remember. Were you aware of the completionist scandal, like Gerard?
I watched a video about this, but I forgot everything about it because it was so boring.
Yeah, he was basically discovered like scamming a whole bunch of people for donations for research into brain cancer or dementia.
Well, that's fucking.
And he put out. Yeah, and he talked about it, and he said something like, "Oh, I have 5 therapists for the trauma that I've experienced over my life."
5 therapists.
And the guy is the son of a millionaire, mind you. He's the son of a millionaire. And his life is playing video games to 100%. Yeah, the completion. It's in the name. And he goes to 5 therapists. Like, what the hell are we doing? I have in my entire life, because I've been home educated in a small rural community, I have always felt this sense that I have been disadvantaged compared to my fellow man. And yet I got out into the world and I was like, what the hell is wrong with people? Why can I do things really easily that nobody around me is able to do?
That feels like you've been part of a good community that didn't indoctrinate you into something awful like all of these people.
Yeah, exactly. It's just insane to me. Basic comprehension of how the world works and basic ability to function as a human being.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
You got social skills.
Alien concepts. Yes, I can talk to people without having hysterics and a nervous breakdown.
Speaking of nervous breakdowns, here's Redditors hating on Latinos because why the fuck not? I know this will sound racist, but Latinos fucking disgust me. Latino men are and their fucking machismo. Latinos aren't immune from being fucking idiots. Fuck a Latino man, lol. I'm gonna fucking laugh at all Latinos who voted for Trump when he starts mass deportation and separating families. Bro, Latinos don't give a fuck once they get their documents. Oh, fuck. Also, they are religious, heavily against abortion and drugs. Well, one person at least acknowledges that. Although the drugs thing, I wouldn't be so sure about that. If I'm talking about the criminal element, there's a lot of drugs there. Hate Dog Gaming says, if you voted for Trump, fuck you. If you voted for third party, fuck you. If you didn't vote at all, fuck you. You're all dead to me.
Oh no, how tragic. We shall never recover from this disaster.
K-Dog Gaming. Crimbo! There's Crimbo. Posting on is this... No. This Twitter still. It's not Blue Sky, I think. Crimbo, personal. Pay attention to those with lots of power, clout and following who said nothing. All they've ever cared about is themselves. Having a stance in anything might lose them a precious dollar. They never cared about anything but themselves. We'll live in a reality of survival of the fittest. You can be kind, considerate, patient, and any other virtue you value. It may even comfort you. However, whoever is willing to do whatever it takes to win simply does so. Well, Crimbo, nice guys finish last.
Oh, hello, Crimbo. I was wondering when he would show up.
This blob of a human being. We're almost at the end of it, chat, at least. Only 30 more to go. I'm actually super upset that as a majority of the country, people would rather have someone who not only got arrested, but has done nothing for this country. Like, I don't even like politics, but I'll never trust anyone who voted for that clown. The funny part is that most of this person's account, without streaming, and there's not much of it, mind you, it is opinions like this, so... I don't like politics, but... I'm actually scared for all my friends and myself included, and for our youth, because we're either of mixed race or different gender identities and sexualities. With laws changing and the plans of Project 2025. The future is so much more uncomfortable and uncertain. Like, why would you want an allegedly rapist / pedo to be the president? Or would you want someone who got their White House swarmed with guns? There should be laws against any of this, against the joke of a human being be a president a second time. Well,
Notice how absolutely none of these people ever mention... Well, I mean, he dropped out against his will. But like Joe Biden and his history with hair sniffing and various other things.
They conveniently and of course ignore that.
Yeah, his dear beloved son, Hunter.
None of that is important to them. But you know, I think with the dementia, all of that pedophilia came out of him. Like, the things he would normally think about just kind of came out. I think it feels like that to me. Like,
I think that Biden has 2 or 3 years of life left in him. If Biden is alive by the end of Trump's first term back, I will be amazed.
Oh, he's certainly going to be remembered as America's greatest president, as some people have defined him already. The guy that allegedly shot himself in front of the Pope. That was a story. Everyone, please watch out for your safety. Please watch out for your children. Please watch out for your friends. We'll be strong and get this fucking idiot out of the office again. I didn't mean to bring politics into my VTubing, but this was important to paving the future of the next 4 years. I just hope we can get right the wrongs that'll happen. Please note, if you only did vote for him because you hate being loving, accepting, you're a problem. Yes, I'm so filled with hate and spite I voted for Trump. People go to the voting booth. I hate minorities so fucking much voting for Trump.
Yeah, all right alongside all of the black and Latino voters who were essential
black,
in all the swing states.
Yeah. Banana Rama Jama Jama. If you voted for Trump, you can get out of my life. Called as cunts. Wow. Cult, yeah. Kettle. Hello, Kettle. This one is something I got in my DMs. It's so silly, but I had to include it. So this is how the world ends. Feels dangerous to have a newspaper declared the winner several weeks ahead of finishing the vote counts and finalizing meetings and investigations. Seems America has many gun owners, but no men. Hi, I'm a man. And then they replied to this person with, news? Is this supposed to be a threat or something? What? These people. These people, man. Why are all of them like this?
Because they don't have lives. This is their entire life.
I pray to God that Daddy Trump will keep his word and ban porn so we can see all those lolicon gooners get angry about Daddy Trump banning their precious porn. Of course, it's a reply to Rev. Because who else?
And I love how that says it's a VTuber. Like,
yeah,
there are
just
so
VTuber.
many.
It's just a VTuber. Tiffy VTuber, in parentheses.
They just don't seem to understand that it's not going to end with them. They're not, like, we can't even decide what is and isn't a lolly. Like, you ask two different people what a lolly is, and both of them will have...
Do they think the government will step in and judge whatever porn is acceptable or not? Yeah, furry porn, okay, stamp. BDSM
I mean, look at
porn,
just look
stamp.
no further than the assault weapons ban, and what an absolute joke of an amendment that was.
Yeah, they can't even decide what an assault weapon is. And they want to...
You really think that they're going to be able to legislate porn, especially drawn cartoon porn? They're going to be like, oh, every model under 7 heads tall is considered a lolly or whatever.
That's never gonna happen. They're not even gonna be touching this issue because it's so ridiculous. Because, you know...
Yeah.
As insane as some governments are, I don't think the US government is that insane yet to be bothered by this, but who the fuck knows? I don't know, and I don't care.
It's a waste of time. Yeah, the height of consent.
Oni Kairu, VTuber, hashtag Chorion SMP. Whoever voted Trump, get off my page. To whoever is struggling right now, my DMs are open. His name suspiciously reminds me of Torakaru. Oni Kairu. Torakaru. Just because I live...
never popped up again, as far as I'm aware.
He hasn't, but you know how these snakes are. Just because I live in Canada doesn't mean I won't offer a helping hand to my friends / mutuals, people in need. This year is fucked, bro. I am looking forward to reading a Google Doc about you at some point. Because anyone that says slide into my DMs for help might not have the best of intentions. But who knows? I'm just jaded like that. I try not to get too much into politics. Sure. This is like the 10th person that has said this. Here, but genuinely, fuck you if you voted Trump. Just made disabled women, POC, and poor people's lives so much worse. Genuinely brain dead fucking country. I'm honestly looking to leave to go study somewhere else, but I not even be allowed because of my medical problems. Disabled people aren't welcome in other countries because they're burdens on the system. So fuck you for voting Trump. Yes, all of those other countries outside of the US, they have such poor care for the disabled. They aren't allowed to exist in other countries. This is a person who has never been outside of the fucking United States. Ever. Fuck me. Sarah Hyde. Axolotl VTuber. I mean, are you shocked that Ref says this voted Trump? Genuinely, any VTuber playing the both sides are valid cards are supremely brain dead. I'm seeing some of my own moods have this take. Trans and queer moods at that. How stupid can you be?
Oh no, the minorities are not voting the way they should.
The minorities are rebelling against the groupthink. Methinks. Is your reach seriously more important than human rights? Your human rights. Be for real. I hate Zoomer speak. Be for real. If you're happy for Trump victory, you are fine with throwing your queer friends under the bus.
Yeah.
Again, no dissent allowed. Barsi Koizumi's arts. Common open emotes VTuber. Comes open emotes VTuber. Fuck, seriously? Trump won? Well, congratulations, now America has a bold tyrant.
It's so low. They just go for the low-hanging fruit. They have absolutely no brain cells.
How did this happen? No, seriously, how the fuck did we, as a country, let this happen? How is that even possible? Clearly the last election wasn't rigged if you won this time, you asshole! I don't really know what to even think. I mean, if you're gonna steal better, I guess. Aleiska and VTuber. I don't even care anymore. If you voted for or supported Trump, you're worthless than dirt to me. Rain.
I see the reconciliation is going very well.
Rain, puppy VTuber. Another fame boy.
Another goddamn puppy boy. Ugh.
This is really worst timeline, man. The fucking egg one. And now I have to worry more about the human rights of my friends being destroyed than Trump pulling his support from Ukraine and putting it in the Israel. USA has way too much power for a power-hungry egg to wield.
An egg. These people just aren't real. I refuse to believe that people are this.
Petty? I believe it. I've seen so much of it. Hey, by the way, if any of you voted for Trump, you can kindly fuck off and die. Not belong in my community or any community for that matter. Banshee Xenomorph VTuber. I've never been afraid of an organ donor before. I don't plan to start now. We survived Trump once before, we can do it again. You continued existence as an act of rebellion. Link arms, dig your claws in, and stand firm. Every day we wake up is a day you piss them off. Use that. Oh man. These people really think like they're the resistance. The rebels.
They're the resistance.
So brave. So stunning.
Yep. So many of them. Apparently a whole bunch of trans people are trying to buy guns right now, and I remember it was really funny that when there was some event. I don't think it was an election actually. It was some local thing where there was a flip to a Republican thing. I think in some part of Canada, in California or something. And a whole bunch of people decided they'd buy guns, and then they got incredibly angry at all the gun shop owners that said, "Look, guys, we can't just give you guns. We have to put your request through a 72-hour mandatory hold, and then we have to do a psych check, and then we have to check your credit rating, and then we have to do all this other kind of stuff." And they had people yelling at them, but this is America. We're supposed to just be able to buy guns. And the gun shop owners were saying, you guys, you voted for this. This was the result of the restrictions that you voted for.
Which are good things, because America is a shithole. When it comes to these things. But yeah, if they check their social media, they would never get guns, because all of these people have some violent rhetoric associated with them, so yeah. Graham, just a VTuber. Yo, hit me up if you catch me following anyone who voted for Trump, please. I don't want mutuals with scummy ass people. Please do my job for me. Clean my following. Squeaky clean. I feel like a rebel VTuber. It's only fitting I say fuck Trump. Still a chance he could lose.
Oh yeah, such a dramatic, rebellious position.
Here's hoping Harris gets a comeback because she's the better choice between bad and worse.
Yeah, 12:47 p.m. That's not gonna happen, mate.
If you voted for Trump, unfollow me and go fuck yourself on a pine cone.
Why do I get the feeling that somebody like this knows what that feels like?
You probably shouldn't think too much about it. If you kill yourself over a presidential election, you need to fucking help like yesterday. Very true. It's not just about that, it's about all the rights that are about to be taken away. That we fought for, fucking assholes. I hate all of you. It hasn't even happened yet. Things could change. Everyone is jumping to conclusions. You all still have shitty Biden for now. It's coming. Trump and the GOP are going to strip rights away from everyone who isn't Christian or married. Everyone is going to be paying more for everything soon. 100% expecting a massive drop in the DOW today. You're a fucking moron, but what'll help you sleep at night? And you're a transphobe. By the way, this person has not a single transphobic tweet on their account. It's just an insult to these people that they can use against others. Just like pedo has become that to some people.
"100% expecting a massive drop in the Dow today." I wonder... Stock market reaction to Trump victory.
MJ Rose and VTuber. If any of y'all voted for Trump, I hope you have a painful and excruciating demise soon. Lovely.
Yep.
What happened?
Sorry to interfere.
Sure.
I just want to say that I just googled this stock market reaction to Trump victory. Wall Street hits record high as Trump wins US presidency. Stocks
Wow.
and the dollar jump after Trump wins presidential election. Global stocks soar as Trump wins US election. Markets close at record highs as Trump is re-elected.
It's like the complete opposite of what these people say always happens, and in a spectacular degree. It's not just the opposite; it's opposite and more. It's opposite plus. That's how that's how it happens. Here's a furry VTuber or a scaly. It's a scaly VTuber. That's what they like to be called. Dodo Gamus, Goal VTuber 18 plus. Minors do not interact. I want every single father, brother, and son who voted for Trump to look at the women in their lives and understand that you hate them. I want every woman to realize that they hate themselves. Most of all, I want all of you to take a long walk over a short cliff. Look to your left. Look to your right. All of these people next to you are gonna be dead. Embers Martin, VTuber. Wow. I'm not one to get involved. However, the people who voted for Trump and believe that he's doing /done is justified. Please block me. Y'all are fucked in the head. You think that a man is president material. You have ruined so many lives, and I can't respect that. That's so off ya pop. Fuck off. That was so fucking edgy.
Coming back to the whole violence thing again.
Every single one of these is some level of violent rhetoric and threats of it. It's another femboy VTuber. Fruity
no.
Koi Boy. Fruity this time. Fruity Koi Boy. Kamala. Even if you don't win this time, please run again. Sure. Please, someone has to pick up the
people
pieces.
live in.
Please, someone has to pick up the pieces of this country when Trump is done bashing it against the wall. If you voted for Trump, you literally made it more dangerous for me to exist in the USA, which is quite personal to me. I'm too scared to return to the States now. Live in exile. Last time Trump won, he was against a woman. This time against a woman? America is misogynistic, but fucking hell, why is Trump even this ahead? Fucking hell, crying. Trump is such a misogynist, he beat a woman twice in front of millions of people.
What? When did this happen?
Metaphorically speaking.
Oh, metaphorically. I'm so used to them like doing this that I was thinking like I was racking my brain to think, okay, when did Trump do that?
I mean, you know, it's the first time he got elected and the second time he got elected. Every woman, daughter, niece, grandmother, and aunt. If things continue as they are, I'm sorry, 52% of Americans failed you today. Apparently, the rights of a woman are apparently not enough to keep an insurrectionist and convict from getting back into the White House. Maybe the DNC shouldn't have nominated a former DA that put innocent people in prison and denied parole so she could use them for slave labor. Ironic you should bring up insurrection when the other option was trying to make the South rise again.
How is the guy with the pony avatar speaking common sense here?
I don't know. I've seen another one with a Sonic avatar, with a Sonic OC avatar that has been like eviscerating some people. Like
we really are living in the dimensional merge.
Yes, the people that you least expect to have reasonable opinions have reasonable opinions. And now with Trump back, we're going to have a rebirth of the Soviet Union. Say goodbye to NATO and Ukraine.
What world do these people live in? You know, as somebody who takes a genuine and sincere interest in both history and political history, the way these people abuse terminology and abuse historical concepts is just physically painful. And like, what saddens me is that a whole load of modern history is like controlled by very far left progressives as well.
And they don't understand it, and they don't learn from it. That's the funny part.
No, I think there was something absolutely ridiculous. Like one of my streams, like months and months ago, was where it was talking about like DNA evidence, because there was this whole thing where it was this trendy thing in anthropology to like say that, you know, all races descended from black people, like the literal we was Kangs kind of stuff.
And this, you mean the theory of all of it originating from Africa, from the Congo, I believe. That's
yeah, and there was this really high up, prestigious, like biological journal of anthropology, which on the first page, I remember reading it on stream, it said something like, you know, the tragic reality is that racists and bigots have now developed such a strong theory and understanding of biology, they can often dispute and convincingly argue with the experts of the field of anthropology. It's like, yeah, because they're the ones that are right.
That's mental. That's
because there weren't black Vikings.
It's just mental. I remember how upset they got that like Egypt decided to sue a show that showed the Black Cleopatra, where she was like historically she was like Greek or Macedonian or something like that, which is very far removed from being black skinned.
Yeah, she was part of the Ptolemaic dynasty, who were they were Greek.
But you know, diversity, inclusion, and whatever, it doesn't matter. Historic facts are unimportant.
It's just the fact that it doesn't matter. They can't take actual historical events that were naturally diverse. Like you never see any shows set in the Ottoman Empire, which was one of the most diverse like ethnic and racial groupings of the entire world, where you could legitimately, in fact, this is one of the annoying things. This is kind of a massive pet peeve of mine that, you know, we have this idea of
actually, hold
Islam.
on. Turks do a lot of these Ottoman Empire shows. I know they have soap operas about this, but
it doesn't surprise me.
But in term, well, because they're related, so I'm not surprised.
Exactly.
I'm not surprised either. But even in their shows, they do not show off that diversity because they don't have that level of actors with that level of acting skill. So all of them pretty much look like modern day Turks. So yeah. Too bad.
Yeah, of course. It's just insane. It's completely ridiculous because there's just so much opportunity to make genuinely diverse. Or you could make a show about like the ancient African empires that existed before like drought and plague destroyed them all, and like starvation, or like the ancient African empires like Mansa Musa, who was literally so rich that just by going on a trip to Mecca, he single-handedly managed to inject enough gold from just random gifts into the European economy. He caused an economic crisis because he devalued gold across all of Europe.
See,
with the amount
even
that he just
that
gave.
is an interesting story in itself, but no, they have to take something that more people know, less obscure, and make it their own. That's
They do. It's all the case of take something that already exists and just it's the South Park thing. What's the quote? Put a chick in it and make her gay.
Make her lame and gay, something like that.
Lame and gay, yeah.
We're almost at the end, chat.
I'm starting to get very tired, honestly.
Yeah, this brain rot has lasted for far too long. And now, if Trump it's World War III, and I'm counting on it to genocide Indonesia because he used to be a bitch with me. This guy has something against Pavolia, Reina. He has some peeve here, and he wants Trump to genocide Indonesia. What the fuck is this dude's problem? Agent of Chaos. Malaysian VTuber, I guess, this MY here. Hates Indonesians with a passion. If you voted for anybody but Kamala, unfollow me, please. Por favor, onegai. When Trump supporters lose the election, they storm the Capitol, riot, and spread hate. Right now, my feed is filled with Kamala supporters telling each other to continue living, stay strong, and not give up.
Meanwhile, the suicide hotlines.
Such a difference that you actually care about people. And the last one. To any followers of mine who voted for Trump, kindly go fuck yourselves. To any followers of mine who voted for Kamala, I can't believe this. And that's it. I think there's a few out there still that like outright call for like armed revolution or shit like that. I'm sure you can find them. And as the stream
the
has
the Democrat version of like January 6th. Oh please, I don't. It's like it wouldn't be nice. Like I don't wish that kind of thing on anything. I don't wish that kind of. But I mean, let's be perfectly honest. That would be completely hilarious.
True enough. If terrible, it would be funny. I can concur with that one at least. But as the stream has been going on for many hours now, there have been more posts made that are equally or worse, like equally
more
bad or
deranged.
Worse. It's just also fucking terrible, and you'll have to fucking live with it for the next 4 years, I guess, until they shut up.
Oh no.
I remember when Trump's last thing, like when his presidency was wrapping up, and I was checking Twitter back then, and there were still some posts from VTubers bragging about it. New VTubers, by the way, because it was like 20, I get the middle maybe of 2020, something like that.
Yeah.
And people were already kind of, sick of all of this shit, and it's just gonna be brought back with a vengeance.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I'm done. I'm done with this.
For now, I'm sure people like Merriweather and so on will go on to make an absolute fool of themselves in some way or another. I mean, to be perfectly honest, I'm really glad with this. Like, I don't really care about the politics, but I want to visit the United States in 2025, and yeah, I'm a lot happier about the prospects of doing that now.
You should go
Than I
visit
was
AX
before.
and check out the Christian doomsayers in front of the convention. They're a funny fucking bunch.
Yeah.
It's certainly is something to say. Because AX is getting bigger when it comes to VTubers every single year. 2024 was
it'd be
amazing for VTubers at Anime Expo.
Where is AX? I forget.
Los Angeles.
Oh God, no! I'm not. Sorry, I'm not going to California.
I
Sorry,
mean,
there are some
go...
things you can't ask me to do.
I mean, what's his face? Ofkai is not in California, but it's in Washington, I believe. I think, or maybe it's in California.
No, it went to a different part of California. It's still in California, but it's a different part.
Okay, so you're screwed either way. You have to go to California for VTuber centric events.
Please. I'm so glad we have VExpo now. Hopefully I can go to VExpo again next year as well.
Was there actually a lot of people at VExpo?
There was a very solid amount of people. I mean, put it this way, the first day there was like an exclusive concert, and that thing was completely full house. And to the point where it was an overflow. I'm annoyed because I didn't get in at the end because my flight was delayed, so I wasn't able to get into like the Friday concert. But that was completely jam-packed, wall to wall. They could not physically let anybody else into that particular part of the venue.
Yeah, that sucks, especially if you have to go and you're gonna miss a flight and you're gonna be waiting a whole other day for the next one.
Yeah, I know it wasn't allowed to go. That was coming over. Like my flight was delayed by about 3 hours, so it was annoying, but it was just a concert. And to be frank, I don't particularly care an enormous amount about VTuber concerts. I much prefer cover songs and produced music as opposed to live music.
Okay, that's fair enough. But yeah, chat. This is the extent. If you're American, I'm so fucking sorry. Not because you elected those of you that voted for President Trump. I don't feel sorry for you because you voted for what you wanted to vote. If you feel that Trump represents your personal interests the best, good for you. If you think Kamala represented them, good for you too. If you think Jill Stein, rest her soul, because she's gonna be dead by tomorrow. If you feel she represented your what you want to have in your country, then all the more power to you. You voted voted according to your sensibilities, according to your morals, and according to your needs. That's the most important part. And you should never feel shamed for who you voted for. It doesn't fucking matter. All of these shit lips that you've seen in this stream, these people are insane, and they will eat you up. If you're ever allied with them, and you just step away from any issue that they think is important to them, you're immediately the fucking enemy, and they're gonna eat you up and spit you out like fucking yesterday's bubblegum, shit like that. You've seen what happened to the Latinos. The Latinos it's so over for Latinos. They're gonna kill all the Latinos.
Yeah, Latinos have just earned honorary white status.
And next time they're gonna go for the Asian population, but the Asian population.
They already go for the Asian population. What are you talking about?
True.
Look what happened to Stop Asian Hate.
True enough. They don't talk about that anymore.
Yeah, I wonder why.
For them. Very embarrassing. What happened there? Oh yeah, chat. I'm so fucking sorry. This was so fucking exhausting to go through, like mentally exhausting. I hope you managed to get just a little bit of enjoyment out of this stream. I did to some extent. I could have gotten more, but that would be excessive and stupid of me, because just all of these posts just keep repeating themselves. Like after some time, all of them share the same sensibilities, share the same.
I mean, a lot of them use this same wording and everything. Like no originality to be found. Like the Democratic Party seems to just be the anti-creativity.
I mean, have you seen some of their VTuber avatars? Like I haven't zoomed in most of them, but yeah, it's a lot of them aren't lookers. I'm gonna say that.
No, and so many of them have their avatars that are literally just themselves in real life.
Like that black guy with the furry blood.
Oh, please don't remind me. I'm already in the process of forgetting.
Yeah, good luck with that. But yeah, chat. Thank you for joining me and Proctor of the Virtual Asylum fame or infamy. I would have to say. At this point, you're building infamy. You're not building.
I live rent-free in the heads of many people, and I hope to only improve that.
Yeah, you should become the menace that they think that you are.
I would rather not. I enjoy helping people, okay? I would love to give people the benefit of the doubt. It's only because...
Yeah, but you don't understand.
Unfortunately...
By hating people, you're being destructive to them because you're helping people that they think that are evil. That's the thing. Kirsche, like complete Nazi, wants people dead and crying in the streets.
Oh yes, Kirsche, most definitely. She would hop right aboard the race war van. And then it would crash into a tree because it's Kirsche.
Then she'd come out bloody, smear blood all over her lips, and do the Joker dance like from the movie.
Oh, she hates that movie so damn much.
Wow. Something. But yeah, chat, once again, thanks for joining us this evening. I know it's probably also very late for some of you. And a lot of you have still a little bit of time to go on social media and mute every single thing that has to do, anything to do with the election. Like mute Trump, mute Harris, mute Kamala, mute the steal, like, you know, all of this jazz, all of these terms, so you never see them again, and you can just bask in all of the goodies that the Twitter algorithm can give you by you searching through the platform like you would normally do. So yeah, go enjoy your day, morning, evening, what have you. Have a pleasant existence in this new era of Trumpism, and you guys take care. Thank you, Proctor, for joining me through this fucking hellhole.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me on. I do appreciate it a lot.
Yeah, it's best someone else do it. You know? So sometimes you need to lay this work on somebody else, because not everyone has to suffer alone.
No. Oh dear.
Yeah. But I'm gonna play you guys off with a piece of copyright claimable music, and you guys just go have fun. Bye bye, and take care.
Yeah, bye. Thank you, lads.